with our facilitators in the faculty where we were asked to carry out some specific tasks. One of them was prepare materials for conference presentations. And one of them was to make a PowerPoint poster for conference presentation, or to make an abstract for conference and a layman's abstract. We also developed our communication plan, and then I think those were going to do on Monday.
Did they give any room for poster presentation? To create you created the PDF of poster. There are rules together. Fonts, the size, the color, how you arrange it. They didn't tell you that. Oh, that's okay. Cool. All right. So Tuesday, let me go to the center. So I will come back again. So let's be moving around. Maybe I want to release my weight this time around. All right. Okay.
Thank you. So on Tuesday, we started the morning session with Prof. Ogedegbe from University of Lagos, and she took us through mentoring. So it was really an exciting session with her going through. That was, I think, the first session on mentoring we had. Then, okay, yes, we spent the whole day on with Prof. Ogedegbe on mentoring. Then we had a group work with facilitators.
What was it on mentoring?
Okay, I learned how mentoring is an ongoing process and the need to have a mentor and different approaches how you can get a mentor, initiate mentorship, and build a lifelong relationship with a mentor.
Thank you. Great. So my last thing here, Wednesday. Not this Wednesday, if anybody not serious, what actually happened, I will know. Okay. Wednesday.
Wednesday. One professor, I think, is speaking on.
You can call your friend. This is something now.
Not just Wednesday, but I think it's also in high school. So I'll just
Say?
I think the other day is also in high school. I'll just
The Wednesday one.
yeah, I can't remember it.
Okay, who can remember on this one?
His studies on research ethics.
That was a call a friend.
Trying to remember that.
That Professor Ola Oyedegbe.
I learned a lot in that some things about ethics that I never knew and usually took for granted were explained and I got to understand them, and I'm sure that when I go back, the way I see research will be different and the way I carry out my research will also be different based on what I learned. So it was really an eye-opener because when I got back I was discussing with my husband, who is also a researcher. Telling him the things they talk about research, authorship, and all those things. He too was like, so that's how. So it's really very, very hard to be here.
Anybody want to pose any principles of the ethic principle? Any of them?
I want to ask you
What she said?
know what I learned.
When is it?
Yes, on Wednesday they also had a session by Professor he talked about mentoring stages and career progression. During that session, he made us understand the stages of mentoring.
No.
And he also shared some experiences that were very important.
When is it? I want us to mention principles now of ethics. Those they're seeking principle, they call it justice, non-malfeasance, autonomy, what? I think that accountability. Okay, great. Again, one that deal with conflict of selves, that one again. That is conflict of selves, that one again. The one that deal with conflict of transparency. I think there's one I'm trying to learn my Christian benefit. non-efficient. Beneficial, mutual beneficial. There's something that beneficial is mutual benefit or something like that. Okay. Okay, so Thursday now. Shall I come to the, okay, let's come to the back middle. Back middle.
Thank you very much. On Thursday, we learned about mentorship stages, progression, and transformation. And there we were taught that there are various show what to do. The person progresses, goes to the point where the person is given some lesson while the person is monitored and the corrections are made. And then it is allowed to do the work to the mentor, and mentor moves forward. So if allowed to make all the mistakes, and the person then you need to also get to be allowed, even though the relationship continues, but the person is now able to multiply our efforts. Thank you.
The era of one man show on research is far gone. So on the stages of mentorship relationship, I want people to sit down and say, okay, what stage or what particular stage I'm at that point, because it's very important. And then I realized that you can't outgo mentoring. It really wants to, except you get to that point that particular is like it's on the 10th today, they come to the scene. Let me not tell about when it comes to see. So you get to the stage of, because I mean, those have actually start Google his name, Teacher Adebola. They've gone through all the possible markets that's available in this research. As far as this area is concerned, and has come to the point that they just asking, can you please help us do this thing now? So he doesn't need to apply for nothing again. The day I realized I can be at that position, it's changed my orientation as a researcher. That people can get to a point that you just in your house, you just get calls from all over Johnson. Can you please help us manage this store or do this store for us? That somebody has grown mentoring. Except for that, we want to make something out of this. We need to keep a mentorship on. Friday, on the back front here. Friday. Anybody want to help us? Started from the somebody.
So Friday we talked extensively about the NIH review process. We watched video on live review process, how it's done, processes involved, the stages that what's called grant applications go through before they apply, and we have a practical session of peer review process, and we take some questions and interactions. So as essential, then later we do little group activities.
You see that you trash somebody's proposal? Yeah. How? It's so much proposal being trashed. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. That's serious. So we're here today, starting on that week, and then coincidentally, the week is ending the sessions. I'm sure by the time we leave this place, is it Friday we're going on Saturday, whichever, Nigeria should be bothered. Luckily, you are all having the proposal you are putting up together. And I think the program is promising so that there's no so. We have in our midst Professor Lawal Bidis. I got that side. It's more than Apollo University. That should be right in the chocolate. Wow. What a cool. So we are meant to discuss our activities too. Because that feedback on assignments. Again, the assignments were done in groups. Am I correct? Or individual? Groups. Okay. So group A, B, C, and D. Am I correct? Good. So which group is starting? A? Okay, great. I love that. Show that that group is prepared. Are you one of them? You are me. That I already praising you that you have to talk with him and oh my God. Group A, do you accept that challenge? You are still the one answering for them. Allow Group A to speak now. She's spending too much on her neck and I'm trying to. I want to have a show. Group A, anybody in Group A, see? Okay. Do you accept the challenge that Group A should start this? If not, we can always do it.
Let a group start.
Let's.
I want group start.
What are Group A?
So let's start from the back.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So, yeah, the member of the place of honesty. Please clap for them. Okay. Alright. So am I doing in my case? Oh, great. Well, maybe it's just sending feedback on that. You want to come forward? Please give a round of applause. Come forward. Encourage that.
Everyone, my colleagues. Since we have been here, a lot of things has happened as we have all looked at. Almost every week we will do a recap of what we have been doing. And so far, so good. We have been nurtured from babies to start crawling. Now, I think we can be able to say that we can start sitting down, even though we still haven't started taking our first step. This will be our first step of applying for a grant, inshallah. What we have been doing so far is that we are able to go through the process of grant application. We have come up with a topic that we have used that to come up with a proposal. Through that, we are able to come up with concept notes. We are also able to come up with our layman's abstract. We are also able to come up with our Gantt chart. We now know how to write a poster, and also based on the theme, we are able to develop a budget, even though it's still sketchy. And apart from that, what we learned is that we can come from all different directions and different fields of work, but still be able to come together and have a common ground where we can be able to work all together. We are able to come up with a topic that can unify us, and each one of us can bring something to take home with. Thank you very much.
The NIMR abstract. I don't know. Is there any time that other group critiques the abstract of some a particular group? Okay, so let's do it this way. Can you please put up your layman according to you? We are interested in that layman abstract because that's actually interesting.
So should I?
Yes, to you to let us see, so that the other groups will now look at it, and from what you have learned and from what you understand, you critique it, so that we can help their abstract to become professional and move from layman. The other group you see also can just be submitting the abstract too, so that we can have that already stored. which one you want us to predict? You just want to make, I think maybe you should do the one that has to go with your proposal so that you can have a professional knowledge to it and see what you are saying. I think it's better that way. Okay, the one that has to do with your proposal. Exactly. So that they can add less to it for you.
Anyone help? There's no help. Anyone who can help? Or anyone of you can
Send my mail to him.
Yes.
Is that well? Yes.
You can just copy the document. Just copy everything.
Everything.
Just a safe pass.
This is your class.
No, it's not. Oh,
Safe pass.
No. If you make a copy.
Just send it here.
You know where it's going. Okay, come here. You want to buy. Want to buy so that you can No, you have to play.
Have you used USB cord?
No. This is my
Sorry, have you used USB cord to transfer the documents? I have. Let me bring my USB.
bros.
You are set.
That's it.
Yeah, you can go ahead. Okay. Members of Group D are not speaking at the moment. So allow Group A, B, and C to look at this. To go through it with us, and then we now start starting our own question.
The topic is evaluation of biomarkers for early detection of lysosomal bladder cancer in Nigeria. And we begin by introducing what is schistosomiasis, and that is still endemic in Nigeria, even though there is different intervention that the government is trying to do. It's implicated also in increased incidence of urinary bladder cancer. There is an increase in incidence of bladder cancer in Africa, despite the reduced incidence in the developed countries. In Africa, we are still having higher incidence. In Nigeria, Nigeria has the highest burden of urinary psoriasis and also increasing cases of bladder cancer. Although urinary psoriasis is a treatable and preventable disease, the infection and ongoing transmission is dwarfing the effect of intervention. Let's take a diagnosis and rapid tumor growth are contributing factors to poor bladder cancer prognosis in Nigeria. Hence, there is need for studies on early detection of bladder cancer using non-invasive methods and molecular markers. This study aims to evaluate biomarkers used for early prediction of schistosomal bladder cancer risk in Nigeria. The study will be comparative cross-sectional study involving people 6 years and above living in schistosomal endemic communities and non-endemic communities as control. Urine samples will be used for both parasitological and cancer biomarker screening. Parasitological analysis will be through microscopy and PCR, while biomarker screening will be using a panel of microRNAs, p53, and bladder tumor antigen, using cyber-based PCR and immunoassay, respectively. Serum sample will be used for serological analysis to compare antibody levels between cancer patients and non-cancer patients. Data obtained will be analyzed using descriptive and differential statistics, including frequencies, percentages, and Pearson chi-square test and reduced regression will be used to determine association of the biomarkers with other socio-demographic factors.
So Group A. This is Group A now. So, yes,
He's asking you to comment.
Comment now. So Group A. Help us so that they can help you when it comes to your turn.
Are you saying it is perfect?
Yes.
It is. How can you
Are you saying if you are a reviewer, and they send this abstract to you, it's informative? Let's look at this. No, there's not. You're still looking at the presentation of your work.
Yes.
But looking at this abstract, no, abstract serves as a point of. Now you are sending those support. Just tell you letter of intent. It's not as if you are sending the whole proposal to them. You're just saying to send us who you are and what your topic is all about. Are you saying if you are a reviewer, you see this, it's cool with you?
Maybe we should go to the title and look at the title together and see.
Okay. So you scroll down a little. It's too much. Evaluation of biomarkers for detection of
Maybe it's for looking together you
small bladder cancer in Nigeria.
so that it will come together.
Yeah, I'm going to define what summary for us.
Just slightly, they want to see the topic together with the methodology.
Make it big. Don't worry, we'll scroll. Just let it. No, he project the title because somebody doesn't know the title. So make it just now. Delete that.
Yes.
No, save as something else now so that you not do that.
No,
You
you
have
can't.
to delete it. Just delete it.
It cannot. You can. He
It's not
cannot.
editing.
Yeah.
It's not editing.
Yes.
No, go to file. No, you should edit. No, go to file. It's a system. It's a system, I mean. Yes.
No, it's my. It's not my system.
It's our own. No worries.
You want to system not active. Yes. So you just making you try to manage what we have. So Gupi, what are you looking out for in this document? If you think it's perfect, I'll allow you to go to Gupi.
Remember, you are starting with the topic.
Come down with the
So
topic.
if the topic perfect.
Is it smart? You heard about that is smart.
The title is okay. It's just that
Evaluation of biomarkers early detection of stomach bladder.
Yes, even with the man to get a clinical man to be.
That's okay.
they let you go.
The word there is not inactive.
Say she remain at the title, just remain at the title. When we want to leave title with title, just remain.
From what side? You can capital letters, some small, so make it uniform.
Who is speaking?
Evaluation of biomarkers. Is it all the biomarkers or some biomarkers? Maybe it should, I don't know, I was thinking it should replace some. But if you say all, I'm assuming it will be all the biomarkers implicated in
Biomarkers are many. I'm not trying to defend, but I'm just trying to explain that biomarkers are many. There are so many proteins and things that you detect. It's not possible to detect all. The only thing you can do is at first, that is part of our objective, to trace which ones are expressed in our population. And that should come in our objective. But you cannot say that you screen for all, now then you just let it to the United States.
Maybe you can select 10 biomarkers. I'm just thinking. You can also mention
Yes,
the mention
you can put them there in the title. That makes as a keyword when you are searching, when someone is searching for similar work.
okay, as keyword, not on the title, right?
No, it should be in the title. Evaluation of biomarkers, maybe in bracket. So
The biomarkers are not.
Sorry, this is because from the abstract, I've seen that they have different methods of picking those biomarkers.
Yes.
So because there are more than 3, 4, 5. So
Yes.
to put at the title might be difficult. But somebody has made a good suggestion. Select selected or some because you need to be smart. But this one looks like you are doing everything.
Okay. So the other thing is, are those
Biomarkers.
in your keywords?
No.
They can't even be in the keywords because from what I'm seeing here, because go back to the methodology again. Biomarkers is cool, but I don't know. But it seems to. Can you give me a knowledge? Let me get my.
So I thought we are going to look at the abstract and see how smart it is to attract separately. You see, when you are writing an abstract for a grant, it's different from abstract for a publication. Like I asked you your name, you say my name is the name that I cannot pronounce, and it will take me 5 minutes to be mentioning the name. Automatically, you know I'm not going to call you again. Because that's why I said let's look at the topic. Is the topic enough for us or for me to have a glance on the right one? You see, in writing a grant, the person who is going to give you money, nobody will want to give anything until he's supposed to do it. He's looking for an excuse, not to give. Not an excuse to give. not to give. So by the time you see a boring title, you are sure going to give a boring mark. So you want to see something inviting for him to look through. Some grant will tell you send a letter of intent. Some will tell you send a concept note. It's the same thing. Who are you? What are you going to do? How are you going to do that? How important is what you are going to do to what I want? God help me. So whenever you are writing this, that's what will come to mind. How will I make somebody read my abstract or my letter of intent or my concept? Remember, the first screening is by a person who may not be an expert in your area. So it's something tantalizing that will attract you, that will give you a paper in second look. So title is very important. Here you say, if I'm a biochemist by profession, and also a bachelor, I don't want to give, actually the current bachelor of my university. And I don't want to give money, and I don't want to give money. So I'm looking for an excuse to disqualify any writing committee. I've also been a viewer for quite some time before I get involved. Forget about my slim face. So I thought you are going to look at the title list. Is there any word better than evaluation that will say evaluation? I'm not saying this one is not right. I'm saying each word you are going to use in your title, is there any word other than the one in your mind that will make me start looking? Not for me to look at my dictionary or my medical dictionary to find out. Sometimes I say, no, what is this one okay? Then you are attracting me to your right to look at it again. By the time you get the topic, you now come to the main abstract concept. I like the start. It will tell you the problems. But is the problem compelling to get my money on that? So before you do any writing, you first start putting down the questions. What are the questions that you are writing is going to answer? That's what you start doing. You have to get your writing on your head even before you write it. Something based when they are eating, something based when they are quiet, something based when they are sleeping. No, when you are sleeping, you actually think when you sleep. By the time you are thinking of something to go to bed, everything will come back to you subconsciously. Some will just walk. So find the time that you think best and get yourself in that time and get your thoughts. Marshal your thoughts in your head before you put it on the paper. Usually the titles come even last. When I did my PhD, on those days, you just start the title. I go to my title approved the day I'm going to select classes. You just work on an area, or what you call a working title. As you are writing, if it is a thesis you are writing, sometimes by the time you are halfway into your work, you have even deviated from where you are going to something else. So when you are fixing the title, you are going to work toward that title. So you are going to meet a lot of invention and innovation and discovery. Simply you are focused to a particular place. So this is what you're supposed to have in your head before you start writing. And again, who is going to give the money if this money you are going to do? What does he want? Before you start writing, you think, will he like me? Is you through your writing. You first see, okay, how much money have they given over there? What are the topics have they given money over there? And for example, if some will be honest enough to give some past grant they have already given out, you now look at the writing of those grants that they have already, and you and money. Then from there you start telling, already you have your thought. You want to do biomarker in schistosomia. It's a serious problem in Africa, especially in riverine area. So if the person concerned about riverine, or he is from the desert, if for example somebody give him money from Nevada, in America for example is the desert, will he care about our problem in the riverine? Is from Maiduguri also, will he care about our problem in the riverine? Or if it's from Port Harcourt or Bayelsa, will he care problem about the riverine? Because before you start writing, you must understand who has the money that you want. He doesn't want to give that money at all. He's only give you if he's forced to give you. So you have to convince him that you need his money. And the first thing you do is convince him by the title. So at least some will tell you not more than 50 words, not more than 100 words. So by the time you have a lengthy, non-catching title, automatically you know you are done. So I told the other groups to look at the title and see if they are not an expert in the area, and she wants money from you, whether the title is enough to give you money. You just want to see your girlfriend or your boyfriend, or you want to propose to somebody. The first thing you see is the face. Like he's inviting you or you're inviting him, and he carry one repulsive monkey cow face. Are you going to go back? Especially if you make through the social media. He do all the, or she does all the kind of beating. And by the time you come first thing in the morning unannounced, you run away. That's what the topic is meant to do. So all the makeup should be in the topic. So the other groups are going to beat the topic and see whether that topic alone, if now she said, if you like my topic, give me 1,000 naira. How many of you will give 1,000 naira for this topic? Or if we think, no, this topic is only worth 20 naira, then how can you make that topic worth 10,000 naira? That if you say it is okay, then you are going to give her 1,000 naira each. That goes. If you don't give her 1,000 naira each, then make it better than it is now. Just what you're here to do there. You see? Now we got this thing up.
Okay, so as we're on it, the topic again, evaluation of biomarkers for early detection of schistosoma bladder cancer in Nigeria. Somebody made an input, and until that input is very important, selected. Because as the Prof said, if Prof, you said you're a biochemist. Yes. Oh, great. So maybe me, I will work with Prof. Leave that one. I'm just saying that one. Later I will talk. Thank you, sir. I'm just saying that when biochemist is there to understand what biomarker means. And for me, you know that you cannot know the biomarkers in this project alone. So again, now I think it's either we go with selected or something that will show that you are not doing all the work at the same time on this but do you agree with me? And maybe just add an evaluation of selected biomarkers for early detection of. I said you are looking for a novel, but if you are looking for a novel biomarker cell, you need to see it. A novel one, you need to see it. You need to indicate what you are looking for. Because we can't screen all of the necessary biomarkers that is vegetarian. We say that every biomarker is actually released with human bladder cancer you are going to do, which is fine. So group D, what are you proposing? All the biomarkers for your looking and so. Because I don't see biochemistry in this project. You are doing PCR, you are doing molecular go. Scroll, let me just show the method again. I'm seeing molecular there. Look at it. Pathology is there. I want to ask you one question. What's wrong between cyber, green-based PCR and PCR?
It's a modified PCR, which we make ourselves in the protocol.
No, use the mic.
Oh, sorry. I said it's a modified PCR protocol that we are not fully, I cannot describe it fully by myself now because I adopted the work from so many.
Because you need to understand what you're doing. Because I'm trying to see the difference between, because you're doing qPCR, conventional PCR is meant. This type of documentation, I'm sure the qPCR method.
Yes.
I'm sure the qPCR method, so that's sure. Then the conventional PCR. Great. I'm just trying to, because you have to understand each time you put on your abstract, you must understand it. That shows you know what you're trying to do. So let's go back to the title again. Everybody again wants to welcome the title. So we say evaluation of selected biomarkers for early detection of schistosoma bladder cancer in Nigeria.
My suggestion is that they are evaluating two biomarkers, p53 and bladder tumor antigen. Yes?
They are different than that. They are different.
Okay.
They are different. They are looking at parasites.
That's not what he's asking. We are not using two biomarkers. We are using p53, MBTA, and then a panel of microRNAs. These microRNAs are about 5 in number that we are going to look at. We did not mention specifically the 5 microRNAs.
So, my own suggestion is evaluation of some selected biomarkers.
Selected or some, just a selected biomarker for any detection of. How somebody is taking notes of you.
Thank you for a good presentation. My own concern is the detection of diseases.
No, you'll be writing what people are saying. You don't need to talk. These are your ideas.
Okay. Bladder cancer. Particular type of cancer called bladder. Instead of it, schistosoma associated.
You can see that something is going on. What is one of the facilitators we are having here? Okay. The first break in transmission.
Sorry, sir.
The question she has.
Yes.
Okay.
The thing is, this is not our terminology, schistosoma bladder cancer. It's something that has been published before. And it's because bladder cancer is not caused by all these schistosomas epithelium. Bladder cancer is caused by a wide range of carcinogens. But the one that is caused by schistosoma induced, that is urinary schistosoma induced bladder cancer, is the type of cancer that is called squamous cell carcinoma.
You said it yourself now. You said that's what she tried to say.
Yes.
Because the way you are doing it,
Yes.
it's like, you know, we have bladder cancer. We have bladder cancer. Is there a particular cancer they call small bladder cancer?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because the squamous cell carcinoma is not only the one that is caused by schistosoma. That is why we are looking for people that are infected with schistosoma so that we relate to.
That's what I'm saying. You said schistosoma induced bladder cancer. Just add it to the title.
Okay, very good, sir.
Induced associated is the same thing.
English is better.
Schistosoma induced bladder cancer. You can see we are getting some flesh to this title now. Because you are saying agree that it's small that is inducing it.
Yes.
So be specific. Be specific about it.
If we say schistosoma, you are already certain from what? It's possible for somebody to have infected with schistosoma and so we then outrightly say that cancer was induced by schistosoma. So this is
You can't give me too much for one.
Can anyone hear me? I don't see this.
Because
you know that is called children position.
Yes.
I want to go with you. When you say schistosomal induced bladder cancer, I know that you are ascribing to we understand. But when you say associated, I think it's better you use the word associated, just as you as rightly described.
You see, who is a good makeup artist here? I've not seen one yet. Because I said, let's do a makeup to the two.
I mean now.
Because somebody mentioned in person, I told somebody to say yes. And nobody commented on that. I thought she would catch up on that. Somebody mentioned a particular one that if you add here, all the issue of listing and mentioning will take care of that. What that? No. My grandmother can tell you this, no selected. No. 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 Somebody mentioned the word here. I heard the word, I thought we were finished that. No. You mentioned it. Yes. Novel.
Okay. Can you say it?
Yes.
So that's even so carry that.
Novel. For I, you see, the key word here is the novel and the early detections. Novel and the early detections.
I agree with you. You know why? Because while looking for what others have done.
Yes. You see, you are looking for, when you say novel, you are not looking for all the biomarkers that are so significant, so important, that if you pick 2 or 3 of them, you'll be able to solve the problems. That's the novel. That's the unity on that. When you say selected, my grandmother knows the word selected. Novel is selected. Novel means important. Means significant. Means new.
Yes.
But my grandmother no new, no selection, no all of this. She doesn't know what is new. So what is the difference between me and her if I can use new? I can use selected. And can we look for one word that can say all this? You are going to go about macrorenary, isn't it? Yes. Just a little protonics, isn't it? Yes. So I thought we are going to use another one more. Sorry for taking you back.
No, yes, I'm taking you back.
What am I here for?
It's like, you know, and I think if the program has chosen that, you know, the only reason why you are this relaxed because whether your English is correct or not, it's assumed that it's going to be funded because there is money plenty with the foundation. But the truth is, we need to get to this point, believe me or not, so that we can get our phrases well rephrased before we submit.
Let me just give you a template research just for this one. Now, evaluation of 6 novel antigens as potential biomarkers for early immunodiagnosis of cystomeasis. These are not doing cancer as this question. You see, this is already published work, but it also has money. Why does it have money? For the one evaluation novel and immunodiagnosis. Evaluation of 6 novel antigens as potential biomarkers for early immunodiagnosis of cystomeasis. Cystomeasis. So you see, that was a topic. By the time you get the topic right, you get 30% of what the person is going to give you. Because you are sure he's going to read your work. But when you hide the meat under, and you put the potato on top, nobody is going to eat your meat. Put the meat on top. So the meat will attract the eater to eat. So you see, you are going to do some proteomics in this work. Proteomics is anything in immunology, in now. Yeah. So can't you coin the novel, the biomarker, the early detection, and proteomics into one title that will now, because Anybody who is in life science now, that's why it is going.
We are trying to dichotomies.
I used to tell my students, I used to go to class, I used to tell my students, if you go to international conference, you begin to wonder what we teach our students. Everybody has gone molecular. But unfortunately for Tado, we are always doing Baba now. We are doing one in internal interactions of this and against this. I just saw my grandmother had been doing in the village. Sorry for interjecting.
No, actually, we need the interjection now because that's the essence of us putting this up. I didn't even know it's going to take us this moment. So you can, so let's now take Prof said, and we be saying that says, you have Novo, you have Utomi, and the topic is that let your topic be catchy enough. Look at the one he has read. If you see that one, and you read this one, you should no purpose deeper. But the person goes straight to what if you were to copy that one, you can do that anyway. I'll just use this marker.
Sorry.
And now read it as noble.
Sorry, let me tell you what I just also searched. That's also potential utility of systemic plasma biomarkers for evaluation of pediatric cytomyasis in Western Kenya. You see the use of potential utility.
Yeah.
That's the word. Potential utility
Just evaluation.
of systemic plasma biomarkers for evaluation. She was divided in evaluation. That is, they are just attractive. They are not any magnet. Just topics, all the words in the title should be magnets to attract who you are going to meet. I'm not going to change your topic. I'm just telling you how to coin a topic in relation to this work.
Smart.
How to coin a topic in relation to your work. That's very important. You see, I like the work. I accidentally read a work similar to this. Not because I wanted to do it. I was accidentally reading it. I was to make a presentation, I don't know what to present. And I just called my friend, why is he in one downside? He's working on the cytomyasis. I said, can I give you so I just went through and I get my work, my topic, and my presentation from this topic. That's why I know little about cytomyasis. It's a serious problem, especially in health family. It's a common disease. So if you are targeting an NGO that cares about the poor, you should get your money. So I hope this is my comment is not to her, to all of us here. In coining our topic, put a lot of magnetic words on your topic without being boring and repetitive.
Thank you very much.
This is my last comment on the topic.
So the next Group D, can we just sit together and then from what we have heard, bring forth a topic of this? Why we want to go to the body now so that we can bring that topic out?
I just wanted to ask if we could say molecular evaluation.
Don't ask you to sit down together. Look at from you can see Prof have just done something now. When you know the person that knows it, you know the person who knows it now. Prof have searched 2 different papers for us now to get us something that is encouraging. So let's do that while we, since we are coming from here and we'll see now, we'll come out. Let's see the topic before we go to the body. Since we are working on topic now, since Prof has said on this topic is not making any comment. So I don't want you to make comment. So let me come out with their own presentation. We are coming back to you. We are not giving you. Yes, we are coming back to you. We just want to modify the title so that we come back to verify when we come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, faculty members and board.
Come on, collect your flag.
I'll be presenting on behalf of Group C. Okay, so before the projection, I just want to let us know that as of Thursday last week, we had a topic and we had developed our proposal. But after discussing with some faculty members, we realized that the work may not be visible because a lot of work has been done. So we had to modify and start the work on another topic all over again. So by this morning, we'll be able to package our proposal, and I will be presenting the abstracts to us. So the topic is impact of community-based structures, policies and patent and proprietary medicine vendors for human papilloma self-sampling on the uptake of cervical cancer screening among women in Nigeria. These are the authors. The abstract is that cervical cancer is the fourth most prevalent cancer affecting women globally and the second most frequent cancer among women in Nigeria. Approximately 36.6 to 56.2 million Nigerian women over the age of 15 years are at risk of developing cervical cancer. In low to medium income countries like Nigeria, the uptake of cervical cancer screening is low due to certain identified barriers. In recent times, new technology using self-sampling HPV test has proved to improve cervical cancer screening uptake in developed countries. Application of this new technology in the few institution-based studies in Nigeria has also been reported. However, it has not been evaluated within the community, considering the cultural and socio-demographic peculiarities of women in sub-Saharan Africa. Interventions using pharmacies located within community for self-sampling may break the barriers of distance and privacy violation to improve cervical cancer screening uptake. Therefore, the aim of this study is to determine the impact of community-based structures like pharmacies, patent and proprietary medicine vendors for human papilloma self-sampling on the uptake of cervical cancer screening among women in Nigeria. A mixed method study design which includes a participant-blinded, cluster-randomized control trial and quantitative study design will be used for this study. About 200 women between ages 30 and 60 years will be recruited for the study. It is expected that there would be a significant improvement in knowledge among pharmacies and PPMD operators on HPV self-sampling for cervical cancer screening. There will be reduction in the body, that is the prevalence and pattern of cervical cancer among the study population, improvement in the uptake of cervical cancer screening among women in Nigeria, and identification of potential barriers and facilitators of the use of community-based structures for human papilloma virus self-sampling. We anticipate that the study will be sustained and will inform national policy on implementation of community-based cervical cancer screening. The study will also drive future research into development of HPV self-sampling kits for point-of-care testing, independent of the conventional laboratory. Thank you.
Okay, so the title now.
Welcome to proceed for this wonderful presentation. Sorry. In the title, the word implementation can also be used because this is also an implementation science or research study. So, like indirect impact implementation can be used, implementation of community-based structures. They are up to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the group can reduce the number of words. 26 words. Too much. And I guess they all quarrel.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I should speak to the second speaker. We are planning to remove the bracket, the words in bracket, the pharmacies and patent proprietary medicine vendors, so that it will just be left with impact of community-based structures, so that in the methodology we will spell out what the community-based structures have. Then we may also adopt implementation instead of impact. Thank you.
Okay. You already agreed to remove the word impact.
Yes.
I said we may have.
Because impact is usually very
Okay. Thank you.
except you want to do this only for 10 years. That's all you can be talking of impact. But for something that will last for 1 year or two, impact might not be too appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Then I don't know, is it what's it called? The documented Amoo that community-based structures include all these things.
Yes.
If it is that when community-based structures, these are what is implied.
No, they may be more than this. If you are
asking, you know I have before I.
Okay.
So I think this group needs to work on this title very seriously. Because I'm not a public person, so maybe that's why it's looking so much confused to me. Because the title is not telling me exactly what we're trying to arrive at. That's my own because looking at that, if maybe if you remove those other things in brackets, look at impact of community-based structures for human population sampling on the uptake of cervical cancer screening among women in Nigeria. What are you trying to do?
Thank you, sir. What we're trying to do is to see the influence of collecting a sample within structures that are very close to the woman, like the pharmacies. It's self-sample. They will sample themselves within those structures. So we're trying to say that they will prepare the structures to the conventional hospital, and you don't want to go to the hospital, but those structures are close to them. So it will facilitate the uptake. That is what we're trying to do.
Under one particular study, is that implementation?
It's an implementation study. Yes. That's why we suggested we use implementation rather than impact.
Let's do this screening themselves.
They will sample themselves. The traditional one requires a provider, the healthcare provider, to collect the sample. But because of the violation of breach of privacy, most women will not want that. So they prefer to collect their own sample and drop in the lab for assay. So that is why it is self-sampling. It's not provider sampling.
Why do you need community-based structures for that? Why can't I do it in the comfort of my home, for example?
Yes, you can use the home. You can use the home.
Yeah.
Why now is it community-based structure?
Sorry, that's part of the question I want to ask. I know that initially when checking for this started, we go to the hospital, they do also. But after some time, it's believed that it's better if we can teach women themselves to do it and bring the sample.
Yeah.
And this has been documented and verified that it's better. What actually now is this going to do to that? Because one, they are saying they are using patents and something. Are these people, what is it called? Are they equipped to do the test? If they are not, that means we still take it back to the facility.
Okay, Gbenga also respond to that.
That's my own.
Okay, so thank you. So the self-sampling issue has been established. But of course we know the issue is usually there are physical, emotional, financial or logistical challenge. They stay at home and take the sample. How do you still get it across? You may still need to go, you may still need to work with a clinic or a laboratory to deliver that. So but the whole idea is that community pharmacies and PPMs, patent medicine stores, are all over. They are usually the first point of call. They are mostly in every street, in whatever. They are very close to the community. So it's easier for you to. It's easier for people to just walk to a clinic or whatever and get a drug. And the process she could get the kit. Either use one of the privacy arrangement in the pharmacy and collect the sample and deliver the help collect and deliver to the laboratory or the or to the clinics. Yeah, patent person.
Would it be better if you work on this set to be able to do the test so that they won't come to your people? I think that will contribute. How are you going to now submit that the sample to your people? We are not going to, we are not going to, we don't want to go to the hospital because of the. Yeah, that's the same thing I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these community-based structures, if we now work on them, how to, what is it called, include them, so that they can do the test using search, so that it won't get to the hospital.
Sorry, see, we need to, this is professional opinion. Remember what we see, we need to get this your thought clear. Because from what the feedback I'm getting from this presentation, is getting a little bit mixed up already. Wait, let me tell you, you are talking about self-testing. Whether it's self-sampling, self-testing, you want them to collect the sample themselves. And the reason being that coming to hospital invaded their privacy. And you're going to use a community-based structures. And then one of the things, are you trying to say that people, like for instance, a woman in a community, we better to want a pharmacy to do this than to move to a facility.
There are two concepts that we are trying to address here. First is to prevent the women going to the facility, the health facility. Previous researches have established it that even the concept of them going to the hospital to do that test is a problem. So, the study wants to solve the problem of that distance.
See, that's not getting it. If they get sample that structure based, this community structure, are they going to test it? Are they going to test it? Yes. The sample is going to get to the lab. Yeah. You know what I'm telling you is, if you go to now, there's a publication that is just released, I think last week. You have it in NIMR, because it's on self-test. So I'm trying to tell you because you are already, because you can see you are giving a barrier, it's under barrier right now. Listen, you know you are not writing manuscript too. You are writing for money. So you need to think about that.
The second thing that I also want to address is what he's talking about. They are just to collect the sample states from the pharmacists. They are doing it at home. They are collecting, the work of the pharmacists is to educate them on how to get those stones on their own at home. So they will collect the sample by themselves at home, bring it back to the pharmacist. And the analysis of the sample collected will actually be done in the lab.
So this community-based structures are actually distribution and collection centers. That's what you're trying to establish. Because the way it is couched, it looks like something that will be done within the structure, within the pharmacy of that. So no, they actually, when you lay out it, take it home. So now, where did they get the samples from? As of today, where would the woman get the cells from? Where would she get it from? No, but the tool itself is where did they get it from now? Before now, yes. Hospital. So you want to establish a distribution and so that collection site within. So I think it's not really captured in what you just read. That's how we're all confused.
Okay, so we'll still talk again. You know, based on the market survey study, actually, patent medicine vendors and pharmacists account for 70% of health facility access in Nigeria. Virtually, villages, towns, people don't go to pharmacists and patent medicine vendors for their treatment. And so, these are some of the things we want to actually exploit. And we know that a lot of people, that is what they do. Instead of going to the hospital, distance, cost, convenience, and the rest of inconvenience, they will rather go to the pharmacy. And so now, when we know these pharmacies are just on the corners. They are in community. They are community-based structures. So we now want to use these pharmacies, just like they store drugs with their bridges, they treat accidents, small trauma, injection, and the rest in their cycle. We want to use all these structures, and then with our kids in the fridge, the woman comes, give it to her, we guide her and everything. She goes into the cycle, takes her sample, brings it out, and then the person will now ship it to us in Lagos for analysis. So that's what we are trying to explain.
Really, how do you ensure control on it? What are you saying? Because really, it's still going to bring out the same. Somebody goes to the pharmacy, somebody goes to the pharmacy, get this thing, use it. How will you preserve the sample, get it to the hospital? You say that you're going to take you back to the hospital, or is it your group members that will go to the place and say, okay, let me collect this sample? How do you sustain that? You know, you're trying to bring something that, okay, that should be practical. Not, so it's like, are you going to appoint people to be going to people's house? Where is your shop? I want to take it to the hospital. Or what are you trying? How do you organize it? So it's then again, how do you ensure that these women are, yes, you have educated them. How is so sure? He said Guadalajara sword. There is I Guadalajara sword. There is a Savannah sword. So which one are you going to do? You have to be sure.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I just want to add to the previous question that says that if the women can collect the samples at home, why they need for the community-based structures. We actually thought of using just home-based self-sampling, but we realized that some women would prefer to be sampled outside of their homes. They do not want you to come to their home to give them this work. They want privacy in the sense that they would prefer outside pharmacy shops or PPMs. That's why we included JATs for the women that do not want to be sampled at home. So for the second question that says that how do we collect the sample, we're going to work with the HRVs and with the operators of the pharmacy stores and the PPMs for collecting the specimens.
Let me add the confusion. You see, this discussion that we are doing now is supposed to have done it last week. Not enough. Yes. Here we have to look at the write-off and see how we can add meat and achieve a model to it and make it nice. That's what we're here to do. Because some are questioning the rationale of the work. That's already past that. What they are saying is, this is what the topic they have. It's too crowded. It's too crowded. Even if you remove this. I got a topic from your, a skeleton topic from your discussion. And let me see, I think I got it. Evaluation of the use of community-based pharmacy as a collective point to improve screening of cervical cancer in Nigeria. That's what you intended to do. And I got this from you. That's what you want to use, isn't it? You want to use those points where the women will go and collect and probably they get injection in those community funds. So you have a place where you see it's an area. There was one time I was asked to teach erection. I was teaching enzyme inhibition, and I was to teach phosphodiesterase inhibitor. That's what you use. That's actually diagram. And I was to teach that. And more than half of my class are women. So other women from other class came to see how we're going to teach erection. So it's an area or topic that we all know very well. We all claim that we don't want to even discuss it. This discussion, however, really is more in the double language. So the taking, you see, most of this screening failure is because of this secrecy that women know. In their own house, they don't want to know somebody has put in something inside. And that's what they are trying to see. Okay, now they don't want to go to the hospital. They don't want to do it at home. So let's go where they buy paracetamol and the anti-malaria. And there's small cotton there while they eat that and take it and you collect.
And whoever is handling that will take that to the lab and they get their result. That's actually what they are trying to do in this one. So I want you to look at the topic in that and do the vulnerability before you go into the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Prof, thank you. Good morning, sir. I thank you for coming today. Well, I have two comments. One comment is that when we are using impact, always be careful of using impact. It's huge. Small person will be able to measure impact. Always remove it there. I don't know, we always very eager to use impact. Impact evaluation is entirely a different ballgame. So always avoid it. Except maybe it's the president of Nigeria doing something, want to measure the impact. That's one. Second one, as I came in here, some of the questions some people ask, there's what we call constructive feedback. Did anybody talk about the constructive feedback? When you are giving feedback, you have to be constructive. Was it discussed? Yes. 4 steps. When you are giving constructive feedback, the first one is that 1, you have to identify what the issue is, what the problem is. That's one. First step. When you identify it, in the section, if it is title, you identify that the problem is in what? In the title. You now mention specifically what the problem is. And then ask your question based on that. Identify it. And that's it. Before, you can't come and say all volumes are no surplus. You know, that's not a feedback. And always feedback start with a positive one first. There's not, remember the person kept this sleep overnight. It's already hard work, is it not? Yes. Guys, that's what I know that you need sleep overnight. Well done. You know, the person you're going to ask yourself will do what? Will calm down. Before you can now raise what you want to do. Imagine you review a document and you start with a positive. The chances that that person replying immediately is what? Because the essence of what you want to do is not to stifle research or to make research better. But we start with the bad. Your title is bad. This one is bad. This one is bad. Second one is we also need to be careful asking questions in the area that you are not experts. You ask questions that you find out that scientifically is not valid. And when the person starts explaining to you, you start saying, if I've known, I won't have asked this question. Somebody said he has a way, knows how to hide his ignorance. And what do you know when somebody presenting what he doesn't understand? Not to say, that's good. He will not ask you. So you won't even know what the person is talking about. So I think that's what we need to do. I saw this title. You know, some people will tell you their title cannot be more than 10 words. You know, they give you, what's usually most important is that when you have a title, every funder will tell you title should not be more than this. Make sure that your title is within what? Let your title be a meaning. You know, there's a summary, there's a praise. Praise is smaller than summary. And your title should be like a meaning praise. It should be something that if somebody sees, the person will just say, In this world, like you said, what people are doing is they're evaluating to see if you use community-based structures, whether that will increase uptake of tobacco. It's not what you're doing. So why not the long big grammar? Those keywords we are evaluating uptake of tobacco cleaning. We want to see whether self-testing, self-sampling will increase uptake of tobacco. We are evaluating it. So how many words did I mention now? The group, where is the group? How many words did I say? I said you are evaluating HPV self-sampling to see whether that will increase uptake using what?
Community-based structures.
So construct your title based on those things and remove any redundant words that is not important. So let your title be what?
clear, simple, and clear and just as clear as possible. Also looking at what you can evaluate. To evaluate impact is at population level, and it will take you can't evaluate impact in 6 months.
Not even 1 year.
You can't. It's difficult. But you can see whether the uptake has gone up or not. But that's not impact. Impact should be actually screening for cervical, whether the cervical cancer have reduced in that community. So what you are trying to do is the ultimate aim that you reduce cervical cancer. That's the way the impact will be at that level. When you start saying that there is nobody come up with cervical cancer, that's when you now know that what we've done have an impact. And just screening alone is not enough impact. Several other people will do several other things. Eventually, that cumulative will now lead to the impact you are seeing. Yeah, well done.
Thank you. So you see, go back. This modification will come back to the
You see,
let me also add, what you have when you are preparing a document is a tentative word. It's not the final title. You are only working title. It's like when you are doing PhD, when you are doing a title, just don't take the title. But much later, when you are everything towards the end, when your result is now ready, you can now, based on your finding now, you can modify. If you go and check the title you started with, along the line, you've changed it several. You might be at the stage, some sections are not able to do it. You change and keep modifying until just few days before you are doing this. That's the title of the match.
Okay, Group B, are you ready? Group B,
We are almost ready.
please, Group A, bring yours now so that we have. Okay.
Sorry, I came late. That's why I saw where you just already lined the contributors, list of authors and contributors. That creates problem and beginning. If I see my name, if I'm one of the people in the group, I'm there to be devil's advocate. I think we didn't get my commission. That's the danger of putting names. I might see my name where I don't like, I decide not to work again. Always remove names. And when people contribute, don't decide they have to be finally people's what? Contribution, level of contribution. And it's not like publication.
It's not publication.
It's not publication when you like it like this. You need to list investigators. When you write investigators, you can just say this name. You can just say here, this name is the principal investigator, co-investigator. You can even have multiple PIs. You can have multiple PIs. When you do that, you now have co-investigators. You can have lab coordinator. You can have who is a pharmacist, study pharmacist. You can have maybe social scientist. You can have at the end of the day, everybody has a role. But you don't have, it's not the other way it is. Now, just contributed more. It's contributed more.
This is for a manuscript anyway.
Yes, for a manuscript.
It's not for.
So avoid using this. This is not for manuscript, but now it's project. Let everybody who is going to do the pharmacy component, who is going to do the clinical component, so you can have a clinical coordination, study pharmacist, study nurse. The way break them down, the role of each person, and list them the way they are. With that you avoid you put my name last or you put my name forward.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, faculty and my colleagues. We will present our proposal implementing a tobacco harm strategy, a tobacco harm reduction strategy for adolescents and young persons in Nigeria, the TOR-NG project. And these are the list of the researchers who are collaborating on this project. In Nigeria, not less than 29,000 deaths are related to the use of tobacco. Tobacco smoking is also associated with multiple diseases and remains a major risk factor for various cancers and cardiovascular disease. It is estimated that by 2030, the number of smokers in Nigeria will rise by 40%. Tobacco use also serves as a gateway to the use of other illicit drugs, predisposing its users to a lifetime of addiction. Harm reduction recognizes that although abstinence is desired, it is however not always achievable. So tobacco harm reduction concept also recognizes that tobacco smokers may not always be willing to quit, and as such advocate for the users to switch to less harmful forms of nicotine. In Nigeria, some studies have reported the increasing use of smokeless tobacco in the forms of e-cigarettes, hookah, etc. As such, this study aims to explore the understanding of tobacco harm reduction as a public health intervention strategy in Nigeria. The objectives are to evaluate the knowledge, attitude, and perception of tobacco harm reduction in Nigeria, to explore the perception of adolescents and young persons with lived experience of nicotine use about harm reduction intervention, to explore the perception of relevant stakeholders, which include healthcare professionals, policymakers, community leaders, parents, and regulators, about harm reduction intervention among adolescents and young persons, and to evaluate the impact of the tobacco harm reduction intervention among young persons in Nigeria. This is just, let's move. The study will be carried out as a mixed method interventional study in 3 stages. The stage 1 will assess the knowledge and perception of tobacco use and tobacco harm reduction among adolescents and young persons in Nigeria. Stage 2 will involve focused discussions with AYBs involved with substance use and key informal interviews with relevant stakeholders, while stage 3 will involve adopting a strategy for the harm reduction model and implementing the strategy with the participants. The effect of the harm reduction intervention will be assessed after 3 and 6 months. Please, let's go down. So data will be analyzed using thematic analysis for the quantitative stage. For the quantitative stage, data will be analyzed using student teachers, while findings will be disseminated via dissemination workshops for study participants, social media, national media, and local and international conferences. These are our keywords. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, the title, please. Let's go back to the title. Okay, implementing a tobacco harm reduction strategy for adolescents and young persons in Nigeria. Okay. This is group B now. So group A, C, and D. What are we seeing? Is it smart enough? Is it catchy enough? Is it expressing the thought of the investigators? Implementing a tobacco harm reduction strategy for adolescents and young persons in Nigeria. Wait.
Sorry, thanks. You know, I usually make things difficult, and I'm here to only ask questions. That's I like that. It is a research work. What you report?
It's a proposed research work.
No, from the topic.
It doesn't mean ask a question. Is it a report or a research?
I have to ask that question. If I'm reading this as an assessor, I will begin to ask question whether this one is writing a report or is trying to follow the research. So that topic needs just not kind of meeting.
What do we
I'm coming to you. You see, we are here, all of us here, to see what we can do to the topic. That's the essence of this coming together. We are learning from each other and also learning, and everybody is learning here. That's what the coming does. You give the problems and we see how we can get the problem. The answer must come from us here. Yes. I know what you want to do, but if I'm reading this as a reviewer, I love it. Do you know why? I don't have to do. I don't have to read further.
Can we make it?
Yes, I used to tell my students. You see, if I am marking, it will take my energy to put right than to put Zero. Because zero, I'll just do like this. I'll use a quarter of NGP to do that. But if I'm going to write, I have to use my head, go down, then go up. Yes, all my NGP will that day will go. But give me overnight. So please, make the reviewer to do work. Yes. But then he will do less work. He will just ask questions. If probably if they are doing group reviewing, somebody around will say, is this just gentleman doing a research or a report? The one is saying, no, it's more like a report. You just do this and keep it, and that's all. You won't even read the beauty things inside. So how can you put this topic to the extent that I would like to read? Now I know what you want. I can read it because I had it. But I don't have time to read. I just want the topic to invite me or to disinvite me. So all topics should be like that. Should invite, not disinvite. And not only invite, because if, for example, there's inviting in this place, and they ask me to, I'm invited. By the time I come in here, I put my head, and the first person I see is an ugly person, a very ugly girl. I won't even enter. I'm still invited. I won't even enter, I'll go. By the time you see the person will say, hello, how are you? You're very smiling. Say, yes, this is the place where I want to stay. So you need to add the smile and the beautification of the face and the topic. So somebody else.
Can we make it the development and the implementation of the tobacco harm strategy? Just to make it the full sentence. The development and the implementation of the tobacco harm strategy.
You are not telling me, you are telling us.
Does it sound much more clear if we have the development and implementation?
I also have to say what do you want to do? What the question you ask yourself, what is it that I want to do? You should answer the question. What do you want to do? Moisha, the big man is here. Professor Prof, I like this your shoes. Welcome. This Professor Ogedegbe from New York University. I'm one of the people who are holding my hand. You know, say people that have, you have a mentor. Yes, it's my giant. And he lives across. It's just my side. He actually grew up around NIMR. I tell us the stories how when they run to block. In those days when, you know, all these lines are called medical compound. You know, from the psychiatric hospital to NIMR, cross over to NAVDAC, cross over to the Evertech, all those things are medical. You know, you go when they plant all of them. You notice from the school of there's a school of Lagos State School of Health Technology, you move psychiatric hospital Yaba, you move to NIMR, go to NAVDAC. You know, they all continue. You know, the way we people plant things. All of them are medical library, all of them are online. So they used to they still want to go there for shooting. So just like what they are doing that they've been developing the project all through. So this abstract we are going through. So like you're looking at the title, you need to check, is it reflecting what you want to do? What you want to do should reflect in your title. And then what I also like about your title is that you have what do I call it? Pending for it. For every major project now, you have pending for it. But people don't want to call the long. So the question you ask yourself now is that reflecting what you want to do? Yeah. Well, the title.
Suggestions, please. Suggestions.
the group members.
So,
Yeah, thank you very much. So, although
this project
to
could use the word study.
instead of project, but it also means but
Having a study also to make it more in the science.
to
So also project is
Are you doing a study?
study plus project for an intervention.
You have an intervention. That, the intervention is tobacco harm reduction. Is it not?
Yes.
What are you doing on it? You are evaluating it or you are assessing it whether it's effective. What are you doing?
Okay.
What we agreed is
the combination of us using already established strategies like use of nicotine patch and other things. They were actually building some psychological intervention which has been tested by previous study that was done by Lashi in southwestern Nigeria, who actually looked at brief intervention that could be done. But we are also adding to that to also offer them nicotine replacement over time if we can have a point.
Don't do too many, don't evaluate too many things at the same time. If you are lucky, you have something they've done in an environment. You are now looking at what you want to see whether is that effective in what you want to do. Yeah. Don't be evaluating what the other people did and again evaluating whether it's effective. You know, you are creating unnecessary. If something has already been used in a pattern and they found it effective, and you are taking it completely to a new environment, you know, is that you are now looking at. And what you are looking at now will be, what are those things that will make it easier to use or difficult not to use? So, in your title, state clearly what you want to do. And your objective, you should evaluate, you should just, what you are looking at, just one, when you are starting, just look for just one, you don't have too many layered things you want to study for one particular study.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Yes,
I think your title has been clarity. This is not. This is implementing a tobacco harm reduction strategy for adolescents and young persons. How to know what that means? Yeah. You know, you have to have a title where your entrance to any proposal is the title of what you have in your abstract. That's why we spend a lot of time. So when I look at the title, what are you implementing? And then you have in bracket the tobacco. Imagine that what you have TOHR, tobacco harm reduction in Nigeria. I don't know what it means. What exactly are you doing? You can reframe like this. Anytime you have a title, it has to have, if possible, the design of the study in there. So, for example, if this is an intervention, which I'm thinking is, then, you can say something like, I'm thinking of the top of my head, a tobacco harm reduction program to improve or to reduce whatever, or a tobacco harm reduction program for adolescents and young persons. Now, young persons, adolescents is noise. Make up your mind. In your proposal, you can put all that in there. What do you think would be the most catchy? If I were you, young persons to me doesn't mean much. Imagine they're put from the age of 20 to 35, even 45. It's like having a wide spectrum. So I said, a tobacco harm reduction program for adolescents in Nigeria. And then colon, what exactly are you doing? Does that make sense? Because the way you're writing, you're implementing, okay, it's like you're still carrying the person on. It's not, you're not there yet. Young person is not going to catch much. That's what most programs focus on. Adolescent, that's a whole different story, right? You want to catch the person. The person has to want to be with you. on that journey as you're writing that proposal. So that's what I would change to this. But as proposal feed me more, my brain will start to work better.
Maybe I should give you, I just wanted to give you another little bit of information about OA.
So it's what you just said. Yeah. You want to give him more information. You don't have the opportunity to give the person more information. So I'm not going to listen to him. You have one chance to make it happen. And so on. You have one chance to make it happen. You know, nobody has a chance to call you back and say, hey, doctor, please, and what do you mean here? Think about it. Yeah, one chance. That's it. This is it. That's the only chance you have. Now you can explain to us once you've changed it around. Don't try to convince your folks. I know it's hard, but just get to it right away. Just try to just get to it. You know, and part of it will be practice too. Take time. So don't worry. Don't try to convince.
Yes, I'm not trying to convince. It's just that we are not. For now, the session is just for us to panel it so that we get as much from feedback. Yes. So I hope you will give us that opportunity to get more feedback. AYP is an operational definition for a group of individuals who are between the age of 15 and 24. That was all.
You know, I mentioned it 2 days ago. When you are making a presentation and one person raises something, just know that the reviewer somewhere will see it as that is it. Once you present, one of the things you have to learn quickly. When you are making presentation, relax. Allow people to do work. If one of you have made comment about this time, it's very unlikely that a reviewer will not pick some of those things up. Mm-hmm. So if someone is looking and say this is likely to be this, what you say, not say AYP is not a spectrum, but you say everybody uses young person, everybody uses one person. But if you are doing something and say adolescent, everyone says, oh, is catching the young. That might be an advantage to you that someone who uses AYP and young, someone might tell you, which you know, adolescents are in stages. You cannot have one program called across all young adults and adolescents. That means you are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. You will not work for adolescents, might not be able to work for older young person. So, yeah. Is it coming? Yes. So, he said there are some other.
The thing is that this group, what will be that once they have what they want to do, they go and review their.
So, based on what we said, I think you should go back and also work on it. Yes. Second one is also, I wrote something.
Let me answer you back. So, if you look at what I would say, in tobacco harm reduction program for adolescents and young people in Nigeria. What is your design? It may be that implementing, it may be, I would like something like, sustainability of a evaluation of a tobacco harm reduction intervention of the tobacco. You have to say what it is that thing is driving. You can say implementation of a, not implementing. I like that. But these whole adolescents and young persons, when I get tobacco harm reduction, they have one strategy for 2 different kinds of human beings. They're not different. What you're going to do with adolescents is different from young persons. Adolescent is what, 17 years old. Young person is what, 30?
Young persons,
up to how many?
Some would say up to 24.
24. So a 17-year-old kid who is just finishing secondary school and a 24-year-old who just finished university, just got married. 2 different levels. Are you with me? Yes. Right there, you've already. So when people put these terms in there, please question the question. Always question the question. We're not robots. Don't just take what people give to you, right? Now, that term, adolescents and young persons, may be okay for certain things. It may not be the same for others.
Certainly not for tobacco cessation. Even sexual behavior may be different too. So you've got to really say, okay, what does this relate to? What's the biology? Does it make sense? I mean, you really don't think about the question a lot. You don't have to use every acronym that's out there, except it is so clear. OBGYN, hypertension, HTN. I see a lot of us using a lot of abbreviations a lot. Please, if it's not standard abbreviations, stay away from it. It's English language. Just write it out. You can find fewer words. Does it make sense? Because Charlie for titles and for abstracts, people spend time. Some programs like NIMR, they want only 56 characters in your title. 56 characters. Think about that. Yeah, not words, so characters. Right? So it's very important.
Yeah, the other thing also, if you go, okay, that's the, can you go down to what was the announcement? Can you go down now? You mentioned somewhere there mixed method intervention. What study design is that one? If it's a mixed method, you are doing, you just use mediation support, mixed method intervention.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, there are some you said the objective are to evaluate the knowledge, attitude, and perception of tobacco harm reduction in Nigeria. Do you think somebody will form knowledge, attitude, and practice?
No, that's not.
Do you think anybody will inform that? Be careful when you are using that KAP. Then the other one to explore the perception of AYAP. With learned experience of nicotine use. About that's also allowed Dr. Batu to explore the perception of AYAP, lead the experience of nicotine use about harm reduction. You get that? You know, women are better in English, maybe they can. But again, that's the to explore the perception of relevant stakeholders about the evaluate. What we say, you have too many objectives that are not fitting directly into. This is what actually you want to do. This is what you want to do. Is it not? To evaluate the impact. I thought impact. What you want to evaluate is the tobacco harm reduction.
Prof, I think what you're saying is copy and paste from the different changes you've done.
Yeah, so
really sorry
it's
about
what
that.
is to me it's not you also have to look at it. And I don't understand what you mean by this stage you talk about. Stage. Does one stage you have to finish one stage and get the product from that stage to move to the next stage? If I'm funding you, I will be careful. What if phase 2 is phase? What happens with the next one? In that mention here, I said you need to be careful with studying the half stages. What it means if you fail in stage 1, what it means at the rest. But if it's somebody like Prof. Ogedegbe or Prof who is already well funded and known, say okay, he will succeed. But if it's you that start,
don't listen to him.
But if it's someone who just started, why should I gamble with somebody who is starting with a staged project? So always avoid a staged project. I think from what I was saying, what we want to do, we want to take that to the matter and then run and see whether it's going to work for this group. You see no? So why not what we are going to look at? You are taking something somewhere else so to work, is it not? You are taking it in the environment, is it not? To see whether it's going to work. So apart from what you are going to look at in terms of this is what are those barriers or what are the things that will make it difficult not to introduce it, or what are those things that will make it easier to? Maybe is that what you craft about the perception or stakeholders, or is that what you crafted as perception and the knowledge or something?
That is also going to be part of what we do on the second phase. Because the first phase is for us to even be able to identify those adolescents within the population that we see all over the country. So we have to pick those we are going to take use for the next stage.
You have to convince me that you already have the adolescents. If I'm going to give you money and you are going to battle to look for those adolescents, I can tell you we're implementing programs. You might say you are going to have 500 people, but when you get there, realize that Prof know what we are battling with. If you harvest people where it already exists. For you to convince somebody like this, you want to say we have a large population of people adolescents who are using tobacco. You have to establish that should not be what you are going to find. It must be something you already know that this population exists. And that was part of your justification. So why are you going to look for them? Again, that should not be what you need just to enroll them into your program.
Yes, I have a lot to say.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad. That's why let us go through this a little bit. Lever, can you scroll down? Let's go. Let's look at it. So go. No. Message. Go to the aims. The abstract. Begin of the abstract. Sorry. So in Nigeria, I can't see well. Please tell NIMR to give you a nice screen so we can go over it. So what they did was you talked about the background here. Fine, I like it. And then you talked about the importance of tobacco use as an addiction program. That is very good. And then you went on to say in Nigeria some studies have reported the increasing use of smokeless tobacco in the forms of e-cigarettes, blah blah blah. As such, this study aims to explore the understanding of tobacco harm reduction as a public observation in Nigeria. The understanding. Just bear with me, stay with me. I want to point out a few things here. The next thing they said, this study aims to, right? And then you went to the objectives. We're going to separate things now. Your aim, your objectives, your goals, they're actually the same. I know when you write your thesis, people lay that in college, they lay that in this way. But let's pretend they're different. You're just have to evaluate the knowledge, attitude, and perception of tobacco harm reduction in Nigeria. To explore perception of AYPs with lived experience of tobacco use. And then you came down to say, to evaluate again. So you're evaluating, you're exploring, you want to understand. Let's look at those three verbs. You want to evaluate. How can you evaluate if you don't understand? You want to understand, then why are you evaluating? Does it make sense? You want to study, okay, what aspect of it are you studying? So it looks like what you want to do is, let me face you, you're the president of the hot seat. What you want to do is to actually understand the knowledge, attitude, and perceptions of young persons around the use of smokeless tobacco. That's what you want to do, right? Let's go to your topic. Let's go to your title again. Can you implementing a tobacco harm reduction strategy? Does it make sense? There's a disconnect. I call it title text dissociation. When you're saying in your title what you're proposing, there's a disconnect. So if I'm reading this, right, and I have to evaluate, I have to review this proposal. When I see a title like this, what am I looking for? I'm looking for an intervention. Tobacco harm reduction strategy. That's what I'm looking for. Now, if what you're doing is to understand, you could say developing. But you have to understand, develop, and then implement, right? Three different areas. Where you want to develop, okay? Or just put in there, exploration of a knowledge, although I have a whole lecture I can give about knowledge, attitude, and perceptions. That's a whole different story. We'll come back to that. So the title and the text that you have are totally different. Can you please scroll again all the way up? So you have to determine, you have to decide what you want to do. And I think our forefathers are listening. It's not just for them. It's the same thing you're going to see. It doesn't matter what the title is. your goal must always be aligned properly. I call it making sure that your gloves that you want to wear fits your fingers. So if I'm looking for, this study aims to explore, I understand that, the understanding of this. What I want to hear next is, if I'm exploring, then I want to hear that the way I'm going to explore is XYZ. But you went on to say, you want to evaluate the knowledge attitude. You cannot evaluate the knowledge that you're exploring. I want to draw that contradiction. So it doesn't match. So the question is, which is it? What do you really want?
And if you go down,
Keep going
the
down.
last one, to evaluate
The impact of tobacco harm reduction intervention. How is that? That means you're going to explore, you're going to understand, and then you're going to develop, we're hoping, and then you're going to explore and evaluate what the impact of that. That's a whole lot. That's what Prof was saying. That you have a lot already embedded in there. Do something that you can deliver on. Don't rush anything. This is the case where less is what? Less is more. Okay? If it's been done in Ibadan already, then why will it be any different in Lagos? Lagos we don't speak about what? I don't see the difference. It may be different though, right? In Warri, where I'm from. Because then maybe they have a different context. But even then I have a problem with that. Because you're saying that the AYPs in Nigeria are different all over the place, fundamentally. Which is probably not true. The context may be different, a few things may be different. I'll be very careful. We call it like little is known about, or Me Too study. It's been done in Ibadan, it's not been done in Lagos, let's try it in Lagos. At a totally different level. If it's been done in Ibadan, what I'd like to do in Lagos is to scale it up in Lagos. But for me to scale it up in Lagos, I've got to understand the contextual factors that will make that scale up difficult. Are you with me already? Yeah. So you have to think, that's how you want to think about this thing. This is a very good example of you don't want to pack too much into things. I will just stick with exploring. And if it's exploring, then your title has to change. Right? Because you're not implementing, you're exploring the understanding. Is this okay? Yes. You guys have enough to work with.
So let's move to the next one. Next one.
Okay, good morning. I'm representing Gbenga, and the title of our study is a molecular epidemiology of monkeypox virus in endemic regions of Nigeria. A one-health approach. Okay. The current global outbreak of monkeypox virus disease has confounded the previously known clinical manifestations, the means of spread, and the epidemiology of this disease. This has generated a lot of concern as regards increasing severity of the West African clade of the virus. 50% of mortality associated with monkeypox disease in 2020 across Africa is from Nigeria. And with the natural reservoir of still unknown, the existence of asymptomatic infection of this disease further complicates prevention strategies. Therefore, we aim at investigating the monkeypox virus and human-animal environment interface to establish a critical control point in the disease prevention and control across selected states in Nigeria. We'll be using a cross-sectional study, pre-tested semi-structural questionnaire will be used to assess level of awareness of monkeypox disease among individuals staying in the endemic areas. Then samples from human, domestic animal, soil and wastewater will be analyzed for antibodies and antigen detection using immunological and PCR techniques. The isolated viral DNA will be characterized using whole genome sequencing technique. The data generated will be captured in Microsoft Excel and analyzed by descriptive statistics, chi-squared using standard version system. Relationship between categorical variables will be tested using Pearson chi-square test for independence. And the p-value less than 0.05 will be considered statistically significant. So outcome from this study will provide evidence-based information to better understand the epidemiology of monkeypox using a one-health approach, which will improve prevention practices and enhance public health in the Nigerian ecosystem. Thank you.
Listening to them, so comment before we move to. Actually, I like this topic, so I'm biased, so I'm not saying about it. Yes, yes, sir.
So I will use this as an example of that being said on the topics. You see how apt is the topic. It says all what the topic is about and the work to be done and the result of the work. It's captured on the topic. That's why we are able to understand what the last topic was trying to tell us. You have to go through the abstract. And by the time you go, you see even what you had in the topic. I'm sure we're all aware of the one big approach between human-animal interface. That's the issue where we have with the monkeypox and what we have with coronavirus. It's actually human-animal interface. This topic, if I'm a funder, I'm already reviewing the concept, automatically this will have a goal without even reading through. Just tell you, let me use this to say how important is the topic in writing an abstract. Let's assume it's a thesis you are writing an abstract. From the topic, I know whether I'm going to be harsh or lenient. When you get me, I know it from the topic. You know what you will get when you get to the bed. By the time I'm sympathetic with that, I will try to give you an excuse of whatever mistakes you make. Just is writing our names, giving names to ourselves, our children. When you have a nice name, the tendency that you are going to be nice in them. I used to change the name of my student. When you are giving a name, I see the name does not fit you. In my class will give you a name, and the name will remember the class that you So that's why you see I'm so particular about the topic. Because it says everything about us. It's everything about the world. It's epidemiology, what type of epidemiology? It's molecular because you are going to the role of the genes. You are not going to count the number of the people and the incident. You are going to have the gene pool around between the animal and the man. Man here in general, and to see how widespread the monkeypox DNA or genetic material across. Topic is telling you what it's all about, and that's also what it says. There's little contradictions, but as we go into the topic, we'll take that. Thank you.
Welcome to but I have a comment. One of the activities you say you are going to do, when you say you are going to assess the level of awareness, it should be level of knowledge, because awareness and knowledge are two different things. Awareness is just a component of knowledge, so it should be assessment of level of knowledge, not awareness.
Is that what you want to do? Is a yes or no answer?
And again, that's the contradiction I was saying there. Because all the people that knowledge and knowledge, because they don't match.
They don't match at all.
Yeah, the other thing, if you I think also you need someone who is well versed in molecular epidemiology. Because there's some words they want to see in people who are reviewing. any gene you dictate have to be uploaded in gene bank. That's the global best practice. So somewhere, and then you need to insert that those are the five gene who will be uploaded in gene bank. It's like you use some words that are in a particular subject that people like using, and then your statistics, all those p values and all those ones, are they very important in the kind of work you want to do? You have to be very careful when you use all those p values. You want to do Microsoft Excel in all the gene and all those ones. What I saw Checker did, what they do when they are doing molecular epidemiology of all this is Checker have to buy $5,000 computer. The computer to do this kind of work, not Excel, not Microsoft Excel. Yeah. As I'm talking, one of the giants just entered, Professor Richard Adebola FNS.
I'm sorry, I got John wrong.
He's a gentleman. Only if you become a minute late, you apologize. We are used to it, sir. Welcome, sir. He's a research professor with us here in NIMR. He's retired from MRC Gambia, from Glasgow, just everything you can think about. Retired from there. Down for this with us NIMR. I know NIMR will do the conference. So in the last 2, 3, 4 years, they have been with us. The work have been mentoring young scientists to assist them with their project, with their applications. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
So I think we need to get somebody who is there to use the language. Just like the topic is very topical, and what you want to do, you clearly, and what I also will listen there, you say you're going to collect sample from the environment, from humans, from animals. But this is something you mention something that maybe a line, how you're going to do that from the environment, how you're going to do that from humans, how you're going to do that. It's completely missing out. And very good problem.
Very good topic. I want to stress one thing that I have in an abstract. One, the abstract has page limit, right? So I will tell you one page. Others will say you only have to have 50 lines, let's say. Which means your words become bold, right? And some things you don't want to repeat. Because once you put it down, you dealt with it. So the one way I think about an abstract is you want to ask yourself the question, what is the problem? Okay? So the very first line is an ongoing epidemic of the monkeypox virus. Okay. Stated the problem. Control measures are needed to stave off this epidemic or outbreak. Boom. That's only probably a line and a half, or maybe 2 lines, right? Once you state the problem, what do we know about the problem? What do we know about the solutions? What is the gap? What do we know about this? Currently, the treatment is blah, blah, blah. Prevalence is growing here. Current strategies to stave it off has not been done. In other parts of the world, guess what's been done? Are you getting it? The One Health approach is a strategy that has been used for other I don't speak that language, but you state that. So the problem, or what they call the need, the what, okay, the why, rather, and then what are you going to do about it? The goals of this study are twofold. First, we want to understand the level of awareness. Second, we didn't talk about that. All those samples you're collecting, if your level of awareness is your aim, so why collect samples on people? I didn't see the goal stated for that one. We want to sample, I don't know how you speak that regular language. Okay? And then, so the need, or what they call the problem, okay, the why, okay, the what, and then the how. The how is your method. Using processional design. The what is your aims, the why is your method. Previous story design, we're going to do X, Y, Z. And then the last thing you're going to add in there is what is the impact if this study is successful. And that's what they had in that last one there. I think data generated will be captured in, can you move up? Yeah. The very last one. I think we said something like outcome of this study, okay, will provide just data like that. If you're going to state your aims, it must have three things in it. It definitely must have three things. Some, maybe four. What is the population you're studying? What do you want to do? If it's an intervention, if it's not an intervention, it's the data collection, you state it. And then what is your outcome? Looking at any of those three things in it, you haven't specified it properly. I can say something like, I think they did say it in there. Using cross-sectional study, pre-tested semi-structured questionnaires to assess the level of awareness about monkeypox virus, okay, in who? I would have said in who. Okay. So, again, this is missing those specifications. Now, I'm being picky when I do that. This thing captures what you want to do, but I like to just put everything out there right away. Again, the need or the why, right? The gap in the literature, okay? What do you want to do about it? How do you plan to do it? Those are the things that have to go into the abstract. And then talk about your impact at the end of the story.
Comments? Well, Prof, we allow you to settle down. I said we allow you to settle down.
No, sir.
Sir, don't worry.
Somebody's out.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what kind of analysis will you do with the whole 2 months sequencing?
You said, go ahead.
What kind of analysis will be done with the whole 2 months sequencing?
So that's why I say, so that we don't have to waste time. I do myself. Someone who understands that component has to come in to state that in a simple one sentence.
Yeah, because you need to talk about bioinformatics techniques without
Exactly. When I saw Excel,
immediately after
Excel and then this, I said in Gino, you are talking about this. But if you get someone who has who understand that, to be part of this,
Analysis is driven by what question are you asking?
Yes,
will determine your analysis.
Yes, sir.
The original question
Yes, sir.
will determine the analysis. Yes, sir.
Any other? Go ahead. Get somebody else. You can get a collaborator to do that for you. No, I say checker is you can get checker. You look for bed checkers. But it's very busy. You have to be on his neck. Yeah. Even me, I can't reach him again. He's a big boy now. Yes. So in the last D.
The Prof, I'm actually expecting them to meet because
is that?
I already told Prof that they're going to see her.
I've had a conversation with you.
Okay, I've not met her.
Look, why not look for the younger ones that you can readily get?
She will just direct. Joseph will be much of because he's working on this.
Okay. And I'm talking about the gene component. I mean the gene component, all those bioinformatics components.
Yeah, Joseph.
And all those. Okay. Joseph also.
I don't want to send
can you call James to come to be with them? Because they're supposed to do something this week.
And once they see her, no problem.
Okay.
She knows about it already. I already discussed with them.
Yeah. Okay. Because they're making their final presentation on Thursday.
It's them now. She wasn't for them on Friday. She was waiting for them on Friday.
You see, this is the contradiction I said in the work.
You are doing epidemiological studies and you are also going to do bioinformatics. They are two different work. They are two different work. If you are going to do bioinformatics, it's something different from molecular epidemiology. Because bioinformatics, you have constructions. You are going now into synthetic biology. Remember that I said, for when I made my comment, I said there are little contradictions. If you take that out, you start at molecular epidemiology, and that's okay under one health approach. But if you want to go into bioinformatics, then you have to change the topic. But I know James is going to be very busy.
Yeah.
They have a deadline and they have only 2 weeks to do it.
Yes. He's working. James is not that. James is around this weekend. Yeah. I said James is very busy. Yeah. A lot of people are very busy. So what we can do, I will go and see Dr. Autu to say an appointment with so that they will talk with him. No problem. That's so hold me on that. Okay, sir. I will get one. I will have 3 or 4 layers. So if one fails, another person.
Sorry for this. Let him talk to James. I can't remember that he
James is so busy.
No, I know. No, just to give you, there's a gentleman we had a talk with him. He's a Nigerian, but based in Canada. He's working on monkey box. I can't remember the name, but let him talk to James. James will talk to either the just people or support people to link him up the Professor Jude in Ontario.
We have one of our colleagues even working on monkey pox. He's even molecular monkey. He's even bringing a diagnostic data. There's no problem with that.
We'll sort it. So that's fine. And yeah. So D. Oh, the people did that. So you finished. Yes. So let's appreciate it.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started. So by way of training, I'm Gbenga Ogedegbe. I'm a professor of population health and medicine at NYU Grossman School of Medicine. I also run the Institute for Excellence in Health Equity at NYU. My own research is focused on hypertension for the most part. I trained in internal medicine in the research fellowship in health services research and clinical epidemiology. And I practice, it used to be 1 day a week, now it's down to maybe half day every month. Because I've really become an administrator. I sit on the United States Preventive Services Task Force, USPS Task Force. I write the guidelines for preventive care. I'm a member of the National Development. So that's my training. I'd like to talk about research methods. What I'm going to talk about today is really focused on what you're doing right now. I'm going to ask you to think about your template and use this template as we move forward. We're going to skip a lot of things because you've heard this in the last weeks you've been here. But some things that I think are important I will focus on. So hopefully at the end of my talk, you will go through 4 things. Understand the process of clinical research. We'll rush through it. We've done that already. Understand the criteria for how you formulate a research objective. This probably is the most, can you guys hear me? So this probably is the most important objective to me. If you can do that, then you're on your way. Whatever you've learned, I'm going to actually urge you to unlearn it. Because this really makes it happen. And then we'll talk about the basic components of what will be in a research abstract. And of course, what are the key sources of bias? I'll skip that because it's too methodological. So let's talk about what is research. Okay. Sorry, this is like a PDF, so it's not tracking the way it should. Research is the process of drawing inferences or conclusions about truth in the universe from events observed in study samples. Let me digress here. Can you tell me reason why you're doing research? Anybody? Why do you want to be research? To solve a problem? What else? To make impact? What else? To do what? To New discovery, acquire knowledge, inform policy. It's a very expensive way to acquire knowledge, doing research. But if it's to acquire knowledge as a group, that's true. Monkeypox, a lot is happening. We're not quite clear. It's been here before. We want to acquire more knowledge. But I'm going to challenge you all to think about this. What is your purpose? Why are you here? Why do you take 3 weeks away from your spouse, your family, your children to come hang out here? Because NIMR is paying you and giving you all this fine food? I don't think so, right? No. That's not why. Because you can afford the food where you live. Why would you come from the US to come hang out with you here? Because he hasn't paid me yet, but you know, because they're not giving me money. No, that's not the reason why. It's because you have a purpose. I want you all to just stop for a second and think about why you're doing what you do. It's not because you want to win grants. We just happen to talk about grants because that is the currency, right, of how you're going to get your job done. So I want you all to think about why you're doing something before you start to begin to dabble in it. Why am I saying that? Because in academia, you are going to fail. Okay, let me repeat again. You're going to do what? You're going to fail. For every 1 grant I get, I write 10. I think I'm pretty good at getting grants. I said for instance, I write 10 grants. If the reason why I write a grant is because I want to win that grant, I will have quit that business. The reason is the search for knowledge, having a purpose, looking for discovery, making a change. Right? Now mother died of a massive stroke. I didn't just dabble into hypertension research. That's it. It was that important for me to appreciate why is this happening? Why is it that the commonest cause of death in black folks is hypertension? What's driving that? Is it biology? Is it the environment? Is it the healthcare system? What is it that is driving that? So something is always driving you to want to excel. What can I do for the community at large? Because ultimately, you're all the next professors. So you can abuse all your professors all you want that are sitting down here teaching us. Tomorrow is you. What would you have brought to the table? This is why I do research. It's so important for you to understand what that fundamental purpose is. Because this stuff you can learn well on YouTube. That's what my kids tell me. The dad is on YouTube. That's the beauty of knowledge. But what I'm hoping to achieve is to make you guys begin to think about things differently. So, you start with a very broad question, right here. You narrow it down, right? Knowledge, attitude, beliefs about smokeless tobacco. Narrow it down. In adolescence, to narrow it down, what kind of smokeless tobacco are we looking at? Okay, you narrow it down. We're going to observe only those who vape, right? And then analyze that data, reach a conclusion. That's the bottom line. Okay. And then, how do you formulate that question? To me, that is the most important thing. I don't like to say. Is somebody there who can help me turn down? Can you turn down for me properly? Yeah, like that. I'm just going to say next. Okay, will help you. So there are 3 things you have to ask yourself. When you want to formulate a research question, what questions will this study address? That is the purpose. I was asking that question. That's the first paragraph that we talked about. Why are these questions important? That's the significance of your study. Okay? Explain the significance of the question in the context of the current literature. Let's take monkeypox. Let's take tobacco. We've got 2 examples today. Prevalence of tobacco addiction is rising in the young. Strategies to address it have evolved over time. The implementation of those strategies is suboptimal, particularly among the youth. how do you say, AYP, particularly among AYP. More importantly, okay, the cultural adaptation of existing strategies is largely unstudied. Right there, I just gave you, sorry, go up again. Right there, I just gave you the context. We propose to do a study that will be in 2 phases. In the first phase, using a mixed method design, we're going to explore the knowledge, attitude, and perceptions of the use of vapes among young people. 2, we're going to develop, okay, or adapt an existing strategy using data from the qualitative phase to actually do what? Revise or adapt the current strategies in our population. The next thing then becomes, what is the significance of this study? Currently, about 75 million youth actually engage in the use of vaping. If our study is successful, if our findings are successful, it can actually inform how we develop policy to allow us to what? To stable use. In other words, it's so important for you to often think about what is the question, what is significance, and then explain that. This was okay. I'll get, you have that one too, right? Yes. I'll get to it, don't worry. That I'm going to zip, I think I'm just going to zip through this. That one is more important. Next slide. So what is the question? Please, this is a very probably important thing to appreciate as well. You probably heard this already, I'm sure you did. The whole idea of so what? If you have a research question, you want to look at tobacco in the youth, what will you do with the answer? Now that you found that it's very prevalent, what's next? You can't just stop in one place. Your research journey must exhibit trajectory. In other words, one thing will lead to another. You often want to ask a question that applies to you. Okay? And the way to do that is making sure that you address the so what. Is the question worth asking? Is the answer worth getting? When people go around saying what knowledge, attitude, beliefs, every time I see any study like that, it gives me pause. You know why it gives me pause? Most times it doesn't lead anywhere, except if it is a new phenomenon that we haven't looked at properly. Monkeypox, vaping among young people, although that's becoming very popular now. Anything that is new that we don't know about, we want the knowledge, attitude, and perceptions about it. If it's already known, study the literature very carefully. The answers you're looking for will be there already. So you don't have to spend your precious time repeating what others have done already. Doesn't make sense. Next slide, please. So a different way to look at the question, okay? Here, I like to say the investigator or the scientist should be able to concisely and clearly state the objective of their proposed research. That's what we just talked about. Can the question provide the answer you're looking for? Is the research question the real clinical question you want to ask? And what is the clinical perspective of the study? In other words, does it have public health importance, prognostic importance, therapeutic importance, or diagnostic importance? If you're a clinician, or does it have policy relevance if you're in public health space? Does that make sense? In other words, everything you're asking must actually jive with the things that you want it to change for you. Next slide, please. This example is here to give you an example, and then I'm going to skip a whole bunch of slides, so the way I'm really headed. Think about it. In the days of HIV/AIDS, the commonest symptom is what? You get that young. Diarrhea. The 80s, we're residents. That's anybody comes in with diarrhea, they've lost weight. You know, we don't have a better test for HIV. We're thinking, and I trained in New York, so most of the patients we saw actually were having the symptoms. In our head, we knew they were probably dealing with HIV. By the time we figured it out, the next question then becomes, we began to give people treatment. So let's take cancer, for example. You're looking at MSCs, that's what people throwing up, right? Outcome of the study is the volume of MSCs and frequency of MSCs. The clinically important issue is preventing or relieving the distress associated with chemotherapy that makes you throw up. That's really what you want to find out. But look at the research question they're asking. They're asking, we want to find out the amount of time people go to the bathroom and the volume of the amount they throw up. How is that related to how the person is feeling? So in the HIV/AIDS, we're using the medication for chemotherapy to stop, to stop the diarrhea they were having. It wasn't so much about really the frequency and the volume. It was so much about how people were feeling. The distress was the most important. In other words, it's far better to have an approximate answer to the right question than an exact answer to the wrong question. So if we measure the volume, we can measure that well, right? Because it's volume. It doesn't lie. Just weigh it, and that's your volume right there. But if we ask people their perceptions of their quality of life, it's not precise, is it? But that's the way you want to get at, right? So I tell people, embrace problems. Don't run away from them. Don't try to do the seemingly obvious, because it's too easy. Anytime something is too easy, and something is wrong, you got to step back and ask, how do we get to that issue? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we're going to skip all of this. Keep going. I want to get to the, keep going. Skip all the exercises. Okay, go back to lit review. I want to stop here, because it's very important. Please. I know you're doing exercises. And it's an exercise to get to where you're headed. If your research question is to look at monkeypox, as Dr. Sholinga presented, then you've got to do a very thorough literature review on what is going on. Don't just go to PubMed and pull up one paper and say, oh, we found one paper in Nigeria. That's not enough. That's not scholarship. I call that the lazy scholar, because everything is on our phones these days, right? I just got a new phone. They gave me a phone. Like the team. Kids were excited. I was excited too. I can get anything I want on anything I want to do on this thing right here. Anything, period. I can go there. And I do everything here. But that's not the point. The point is, it's become so easy that if I go to PubMed, Knowledge Finder, what have you, Scopus or whatever they call all these other databases, I can pull up whatever I want. It is up to you to understand why you're pulling it up. When I tell my graduate students, give me a thorough literature review, they know exactly what I'm saying. Because I will send them away for days. You need to come back to me and give me 50 papers. I say, Dr. Ogedegbe, here's what I found. I need to know, when you look at what you found, have you looked at really the similar things that we want to do? Okay? Create a table. Do a thorough literature review. Pull up paper 1. Sholinga and colleagues looked at monkeypox in the Bible. Pull up paper 2. AZT and colleagues analyzed samples from folks in Delta State at NIMR. Pull up paper 3. Look at the reference of what they're referencing. What is their study design? Create a table. So I tell you, create a table. Column 1, the name of the author. Column 2, the sample size. Column 3, the study design. Column 4, the research question they were asking. Column 5, the methods that they used. Column 6, what about their measures that they used? And then it allows you to understand where the gap is. Read the discussion section. Because what goes into the discussion section? The first thing we do is what? In this study, we found, put the conclusion, right, of your study quickly. What's the next thing? Our findings are similar to those of Sholinga and colleagues. The next thing, in the context of the previous findings, here's what we added to the literature. The third thing, what was different in your findings? Why did you find? Why did you reach that conclusion? The fifth thing is what? We're going to talk about the limitations of the study, right? Right? And then we're going to summarize. I read limitations of studies very carefully. I love them because that's where I'm going to learn about what was wrong with that study and the previous studies. And that's how I'm going to learn what is new. Future studies should, I just call it out. And when I begin to look at every paper that's asking the question I'm asking, guess what I've done? All of a sudden, I have a good 2-3 pages of what is missing where? In the literature. Because that is where you come in. That's what makes your study innovative. You're adding something new. Okay? Please beware of little is known about. We call it LICA. It's the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. And people still do it. Little is known about this in Nigeria. What exactly is that little that is known? Can you specify it? People don't specify because they haven't done a thorough research review. So it is the most important early step in any research project. Concentrate on scientific literature. Please don't tell me you're Googling something local. And then you come and say, somebody said on YouTube. Grad students present this work in the US, and I just send them back. I'm not trying to in the news, they said, we're talking about what? Scientific literature, not the lay press. Okay? Start with articles on studies similar to the one you want to propose. Pay particular attention to the outcomes and other variables that they measure, the theories and models they use, the measurement instruments, the limitations and the areas of growth. Those are the columns that will be in your listing. By the time you've done a good background search, there are 3 major purposes for this. 1, it tells you what you need to focus on for your research study. 2, it forms the background for your paper as well that you're going to write. Are you guys with me? 3, it fits into your grant that you're writing as well. So in other words, you're killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And then probably 4, it actually allows you to do what? To know the field. So my very first grant, I was a 3rd-year fellow, 1999. Never forget this. We wrote a grant looking at improving medication adherence in hypertensive black patients. I was very focused on why black people don't take their medicine, right? And my mom had hypertension and had stroke. And so I wrote the grant. I did a very good literature review. Of course, the site of the gurus in the field. So we're in a meeting, Society of Behavioral Medicine. And I'm walking in the hall. I think I just gave my talk. We used to carry carousel in the old days, not like what everybody does these days. We carry our style, I'm walking away. And the woman was coming towards me. She's very short. Apparently she saw my ID. The name is Ogedegbe in the US. Everybody will know. It's not a common name. A very few of us who look like me. And she goes, you're Gbenga? I said, yes, Gbenga Ogedegbe. She said, oh, nice to meet you. I really like your study a lot. I shook hands with you. And I'm looking at her and say, I did not submit any paper lately. So I don't know what she meant and I like your study a lot. So I looked puzzled. She goes, you're puzzled? I said, yes, I am. I said, he said, do you know? I said, of course I know you, Laura Bock. I mean, everybody knows that. She's the guru in medication adherence. I cited her work in my lit review. Remember, I just finished my fellowship. She goes, I reviewed your grant. I think Prof talked about review. It can be harsh or it can be tolerant, right? So I reviewed your grant. I love the lit review. You have the balanced review. I love what it is. My jaw was like this. The woman went, I was still like this. Reviewed my grant. By the time I go back to my hotel room, the grant was funded. It's very rare to get a grant funded as a 4-year fellow. I got my very first major grant based on what? Review. So go figure, right? And guess what is interesting? Everybody else I taught I use the saying, lit review doesn't die. People don't do studies every day, like they're going to change science every 2 years. No. So by the time I go back to look at it again, people do systematic review. I just add a little bit. They do it again over and over. I still have a ton of that stuff in my head. Of course, it's getting old now because it's been 20-something years. Are you guys with me? Yes. So a thorough literature review is everything. This stuff is gold. If you can do this well, you might as well give up. So every person that's doing their West African college or Nigerian college, or they're doing something, and their research project is knowledge, attitude, beliefs. I just give up. Because what it does is just wasted your time. Honestly, I don't know about you. For me, time is money. I mean, isn't just paid me yet? You have to pay me. Time is money. We're not here just to sit down with you guys. How much are they going to pay us to give this talk? An hour of my time is a lot of money. I'm here because, and this here because I want to impart that knowledge to you. And you're here because you want to learn it. So please use this week. If there's anything I can teach you, is this review. Make sure it's good well. Next slide, please. I'm going to rush through the rest of them. So what are the questions you can go through? What is the theory, the conceptual model behind your study? Every study must have a conceptual model. It's like talking about medicine without physiology. It's impossible, right? The cause of headache is, they're going to lay it out. What did the authors hypothesize? What type of design did they employ? How were the outcomes defined? Very important. We'll get to that. Is the study valid? There are two types of validity. Your internal and your external. External is easy. Can we do the study in the settings, okay, that's similar to our own setting? In other words, are the findings from this study generalizable? That's the external validity. Does that study have external import when it comes to doing it in other places? Internal validity, though, is all about your methods. What was the design? How did they ask the question? Is the question going to answer give you the answer that they're looking for? And what kind of analytic plan do they have? And then finally, what aspects of the study remain unanswered? What are the gaps in the literature? That's really where you're headed. Once you identify those gaps, the reason Laura Bock actually liked, because she actually invited to go and give grand rounds after that in Pittsburgh. Okay, in their school. The gaps is what's really very important, ultimately. Next slide. We're going to skip this. We'll give you these slides. Next slide. Keep going. Okay, this is it. This is my favorite slide. What are the elements of a research objective? Very important. The elements are straightforward. Any research question has three basic components. Anyone, I don't care, you write it in Japanese language, Korean language, Shekiri language, it doesn't matter. You should have three major points. The population of patients that you're evaluating. If it's lab rats, you want to say, what kind of lab? Are they knockout mice? Are they whatever it is? Does it make sense? Yes. Number two, what is being done? Are you doing an intervention or are you doing an observation? Again, it informs your study design. And then number three, what is the outcome or the end point of your study? Those are the three major components. If all of those three is not involved in how you talk about your aims or your goals, something is missing. That's why people start scratching their head. What do they want? Among youth persons, the goal of this study, you see, I've defined the population right there. You guys do, is to do what? Is to explore. That's what I'm doing right there. Knowledge, attitude, beliefs, that's my outcome. Or smokeless tobacco. Does it make sense? It captures those three things. If I say, our study will explore knowledge, attitude, beliefs in people who smoke. People who smoke. Are you guys with me? I don't understand what that means. It's not specified enough. Next slide. I'm going to skip all of this. Keep going. Okay, stop right there. No, go back up. Right here. So, this is a study we did called TASH. Task 15 study in Ghana for hypertension control. Look at the way I framed the study objective. Among patients with uncontrolled hypertension who receive care in community health centers. That's the population. Are you guys with me? The goal of the proposed study is to evaluate the comparative effectiveness and compare two things of the WHO risk management package for hypertension control delivered by nurses as part of Ghana's health services program, compared to provision of health insurance coverage, that's my intervention group, versus provision of insurance coverage alone, that's my control, on BP reduction, that's my outcome. So I like to say, if you do a little review, we have something called PICO. PICO, you guys have heard about PICO before, right? Yes. Population Intervention Comparison Outcome. That's it now. You need to think no more. There's no big grammar here. Think about your goals along the same line. If it's not an intervention, then what are you doing? Are you following there for some? Am I making sense? Exactly. Essentially what we just did here as well. We're just using all kinds of different fancy words. What's confusing in research is we use the same, for the same thing, different people have different words, terminology. So I just put my head down and try to understand, what they're trying to do here. Next slide, please. So, again, are all the elements of the research objective specified? Will the results answer the questions? To whom do they apply? That's a generalizability. And is the answer already known? In other words, if you're presenting something to me, sometimes people present a very beautiful story, and I listen. So I think, where is that? Do we know anything about this thing? It turns out we know so much about it, and that's why what would the reviewer do for you at that point? They'll be very harsh. They just wasted their time because they did not do a solid review. Okay? Very important. Next slide, please. Next slide. We're going to skip a lot hard. This is where I'm beginning to get into the nitty-gritty of what should be in your template. Your first thing is what? Background and rationale. Remember that thing I talked about the purpose, significance? So this is a study we did in Ghana, looking at hypertension, control in Ghana. Look at the way we frame it. Ghana and other African countries are experiencing an epidemic of cardiovascular disease. Okay, I have to say something here. When you're writing a grant, you have to blow it up. As if, if you don't give me that money, people will die. Okay? So, you see language I'm using there? They are experiencing an epidemic of cardiovascular disease. Okay? Propelled by the rapidly increasing rates of hypertension. In other words, everything that has to do with cardiovascular disease is largely driven by hypertension. Number two, socioeconomic barriers, lack of insurance coverage, and systems-level barriers such as shortage of physicians limit the capacity of African countries to implement the cardiovascular disease prevention. Number three, interventions targeted at improving cardiovascular risk reduction are urgently needed to stave off this epidemic that we just talked about. This was based on a lit review. We reviewed every study we know on the continent focused on hypertension. And we found that three major drivers are the issue. One, people are paying too much out of pocket. Two, there's no health insurance coverage. Three, we have an acute shortage of physicians. You can see where I'm headed in a second. I'm beginning to build a case. People say only lawyers can build case. In medicine, in grant writing, you're building a case. And next slide. I then said, task shifting, go back to the previous one. I want to make some connection here. Look at what I said there. Interventions targeted at improving cardiovascular risk reduction are urgently needed to stave off this epidemic. Right? Go. Task shifting strategy of primary care duties from physicians to non-physician healthcare providers is a potentially cost-effective strategy to mitigate system-level barriers to optimal hypertension control. I'm setting it up. We don't have enough doctors. What if we train more non-doctors to treat hypertension? It has logical followership, right? By the way, WHO successfully evaluated the effectiveness of the WHO package for hypertension control delivered by health nurses in low-resource settings. It was happening in Nigeria and China. It was 2002. Next slide. However, the widespread implementation of this strategy has not been evaluated in sub-China. Do you guys see what I did? Yeah. Hypertension will kill everybody if we do nothing about it. We know the reason why. We don't have enough doctors. There's no insurance coverage. Interventions are urgently needed. And by the way, WHO has a major program that they've done, but it's not been evaluated properly. So, this is where how you tie it together. That's how you build your rationale. Honestly, you can build any rationale like this. And it won't be cut and paste. But fundamentally, it will still be driven by what? A thorough literature review. I reviewed every intervention that we have on the continent at the time. We wrote this grant in 2011. There were probably, I don't know, maybe 15. I read everything about those papers. I called some of the authors to find out, you guys need that study. We only saw your protocol. Number two, what else did we do? We reviewed every study that looked at what? The barriers to hypertension control in low-income countries. Because we didn't have that many studies coming out of, that's a whole different story I can give, coming out of Africa. And then number three, we looked at the interventions. Always start with WHO. They must have had some policy somewhere that's evidence-based that is used already, at least in my own field. Next slide. And I said, no, stay there. The availability in Ghana of a national health insurance scheme for uninsured patients and the widespread implementation of their CHIPS program, that uses nurses, that uses community health nurses for delivery of primary care services, presents a unique opportunity for us to evaluate the impact of both strategies on hypertension control. Are you guys with me? Yes. Acute shortage, we need to use nurses, no health insurance. Ghana actually has a program at the time they're just rolling out. So we say, what if we leverage that to deliver this study? Next slide. Here's the study objective. You build the rationale, then you get to your study objective. We propose a cluster randomized trial to evaluate the comparative effects, then we're comparing two things, of the WHO risk management package, right, plus health insurance, compared to health insurance alone on hypertension control among, look at the population, 640 patients with uncontrolled hypertension. 32 health centers in Ghana will be randomly assigned to the intervention of the control. This study got a score of 20. The lower the better, 10 to 90. Doesn't get any better than that. Like you get to 10, 10 is like there's no fault at all, right? Next slide. You want to describe the components of the intervention. We're going to share this PDF with you all. You're going to use this format to actually formulate how you're putting your project together. Okay? And here I describe the components of the intervention. In the interest of time, I'm just going to skip through it. Next slide, please. Please, outcomes matters. How are you measuring your outcomes? What are your outcomes? It's so important to define them. Our primary outcome is the mean change in systolic BP from baseline to 12 months at the end of the study. Our secondary outcomes are those with BP control. Two different things. Reduction of SBP and BP control. Right? This one has a threshold, this one doesn't. Next, physical activity level. Next, people who lose weight. And next, sustainability of intervention effects on weight loss. Why do we have all of this here? Because in our conceptual model, we believe that if people lose weight, they maintain a good diet, if they exercise, what happens? Their BP should drop. So if we're doing all of these things for them, we should have a corresponding drop in all of those behaviors as well. Next slide. And then we define the measures. You got to define them. At the time, we're using something called the GMTP. How many internal medicine folks are involved? Anyway, this is bias.
No, they were on strike.
They are all individual.
They were on strike. They were on strike over that time. So they didn't see it.
So everybody in the public health.
No. Some are basic sciences. They're actually mixed.
Okay.
Doctors, pharmacists.
I apologize for the basic scientists in the book. Pharmacists, you have no choice. This is the most common drug that you sell. It's hypertension medicine.
There's nurses here too.
Good. So that's good.
So there's a chemical pathologist.
So we have
there's
a very
anatomist, physiology,
anesthetics,
anatomy.
Okay. Good.
That's the nurse. Anatomy. Which area have I not mentioned? Biochemistry, that's a basic science.
There's a lot of public health. Ophthalmology. Okay, good. Glaucoma and hypertension are kind of related. So you just replace glaucoma and you have a study.
So, which person have not mentioned the specialty? Human nutrition, yes.
Physical activity and diet.
Economics. So it's a mixture of people. So what actually happened? We try to be biased. What we tell people should apply, and then people should write a concept note. It was based on the concept of notes that people came here were selected. Okay. And some criteria. And all of them, their team of oversight more. Good. We didn't want somebody to come here and next week, after 2 days, someone is coming in, come and have to run back. Yeah, run back. And also, someone after you finish, you be able to step some things down to the junior faculty. So that's how you do it. Yeah.
You can stop me anytime, because I think I have a question here. If you are confused, just stop me, please. Don't try to muscle through it. Although I can embarrass you, but it's okay. It's tough love. It's part of. We want to stay awake because I see she's feeling very cold already over there. And using her, you can see she's not engaged with us here. Question, please.
I don't know that to what you are saying. This JS, Joint National Classification, is part of the study tool that we use for medical students, physiology students in cardiovascular physiology.
Yeah.
It's always a question.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Have you read the JSC?
Their guidelines.
No, have you studied the guidelines?
Yes.
Have you gone to the names of people who concluded it?
I never did.
Go back and see one.
I'm a JSC. Just harassing you. So you have to define your outcomes. Even if you're in a lab, right, you will still define those outcomes. What do you hope to achieve from that? Next slide, please. So that's really it. We'll keep going. I want to end on that. Okay, stop here. I like this slide because, and I'm sorry that it doesn't have this. You need a schema. A figure is more illustrative than 1,000 words. See what I'm saying? In a figure, you can depict everything, right? It could be a flow diagram that shows you exactly what you're doing. You're going to collect the population, here's the three criteria. Another figure, here's the primary outcomes. Here's how we're doing. Another figure, here's how we're going to actually, the interval of how we're going to administer the question. That's what this is telling us. Two groups, they all get the same thing, health insurance coverage, right? But these people get one more, they receive national health insurance coverage, but they also get intervention. This one just got only the insurance coverage. Does it make sense? And we'll follow them every 3, 6, 9 months. Same thing here. We collect data on their outcomes, and then we do final outcome assessment. It just shows the flow of how this is happening. Next slide, please. And then eligibility criteria. You can't just say, I think we're laughing at Where is he? I don't see him. Among youth people, AYP. Where is AYP? Oh, that's your new name, AYP. It's the end of the week. You know, you can't just say AYP. You got to give us, okay, among the AIP, you know, which of them are you going to exclude? You know, it's important. You know, is it AYP already in college? Is it AYP? You have to be very specific. You know, research is about specificity on how we're actually talking about things, right? So, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria. Why? Because it makes the person reading your study to have a good sense of how can they generalize the findings to their own setting. Does it make sense? Very important. So a study you did, for example, in Yaba, a study you did, for example, let's say in Korea, may not have import to what we're doing in Nigeria. Now, they may have the same kind of eligibility criteria. That may be the only extent to which that is relevant to what you're doing there. And then begin to think, how do we make that difference? Next slide, please. Again, I like tables a lot. The measures we're using, they are physiologic measures, they are self-report measures, and they are those that we extract from people's medical health records. And then when do we collect them? Baseline, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months. It gives the reviewer a very clear picture of exactly what we're doing. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so if you remember, I showed you the background and rationale, right? And then I went to what we're doing. Another way to talk about what we're doing in background and rationale is this. A careful review of the literature indicated that little is known about effective interventions that target BP control in hypertensive patients. Remember my mantra about little is known about. I said you have to specify it. Now, this was how many years ago? Maybe 12 years ago. Now I've gotten more mature. I don't use that language anymore, right? But even though I used it here, look at what I did here. Two viable and potentially cost-effective strategies for mitigating system-level barriers are task shifting and provision of health insurance. So I was able to specify what we think we will do. Does that make sense? So anytime you use that slang, I don't use it anymore. Please specify exactly what you mean by this list. Next slide. Although the reliability of having this community health nurses deliver cardiovascular strategy for optimal BP control in primary care settings has been established in low-income countries, their implementation is non-existent. I explained that. Finally, the only study we are aware of evaluated the effectiveness of this program among 2,000 patients in 40 health centers in Nigeria and Ghana. In other words, I took the reviewer, I talked about the epidemic of hypertension, I talked about the bias, I talked about the need for an urgent need to have intervention, I talked about the WHO program, I then talked about the need for what? To actually have it being implemented. And then I shared with the reviewer the only study that existed. And then in that same proposal, I think I wrote it here. Next slide, please. I didn't write it here. Go back to the previous one, sorry. There's my slide master. It's really taking care of me properly, right? What I didn't show you guys here, I then went on after this to say the limitations of the current study is that the medications were given to the patients and the nurses were not part of the healthcare system. Are you guys following me? So, because I read that study very well, I just laid out the limitations, and then I read in that same study, they said the future studies should integrate this into existing primary health centers. Boom, that was it right there. We just made that case, and then we presented our own study goals. So you always make sure that your existing study does what is an incremental addition to what is known in the field. It should never be disjointed, except if it's something totally new, in which case that's the problem. That's okay too. Next slide, please. Significance. How do you really talk about significance? Here you need numbers. Very important. It's not only such as an epidemic. I said hypertension affects 75 million adults in sub-Saharan Africa, making it by far the single most common risk factor that causes cardiovascular death, stroke, heart failure, and coronary heart disease. That's undeniable, but it's getting more now, right? You put the numbers right there, make it very stark. Let them feel, let the reviewer feel what you're feeling, okay? Make it emotional. As such, interventions targeted at BP control will have the potential to reduce morbidity, mortality, and associated healthcare and sector costs in this region by affecting this number of people. That's a significant level. I also said the intervention focused on counseling of patients on adverse lifestyle behaviors such as poor dietary habits, weight loss, lack of physical activity, factors which account together for over 50% of morbidity in patients with other chronic diseases. In other words, if we do this right, same nurses can do what? Have an impact on patients with diabetes, patients with cancer, patients with other non-communicable disease, of which these behaviors actually lead to those things. Next slide. Findings from our study, if successful, will provide needed information for widespread implementation of this potentially cost-effective strategy in other low-resource settings, where the use of community health workers in the area of primary care is prominent. The proposed staff shifting strategy could potentially mitigate critical shortage of healthcare workers. So in other words, I'm still building that potential impact. Guess what happened 10 years later? We are both leading a study where we're integrating exactly this study into what? Care of patients with HIV. Are you guys with me? So exactly what I said is what we're doing later on. Does it make sense? We proved it in Ghana, and then we came here to say, we want to do this now. In a totally different patient population, we're using nurses to deliver hypertension care patients with HIV. Are you guys following me? So your research question exhibits what? Trajectory. Next slide. So that's it. Go to the next slide. Let's see. Go to the next slide. Next slide. Just keep going. Keep going. Okay, I think keep going. I think this is it. Let's just keep going. Something else. Let's go to the previous slide. Next one. Right here. Please, if you have, I think Prof. Zeji said this earlier, don't have more than 3 objectives. In fact, I don't like 3. I like 2. You don't need 4. 4 is too much. It's not necessary. 2, 3 research goals is enough. It's enough to address a fundamental issue. By the time you're doing 4, 5, the reviewer, you're clouding their senses. You have to review your application. They have to understand what you want to do. It becomes too much. What do we say about such studies? They are too ambitious. When you hear that word ambitious, that's where it's coming from. The study that is proposed is quite fascinating, but rather ambitious. That is good luck. In America, they don't use bad language. They use good luck to kill you. You know they kill you. Very well designed, very well put together, solid team. How the aims are rather ambitious. Wow. Are you guys with me? So no more than 2, 3. It's like doing too many experiments in the lab. It's too many. What's the ultimate goal? If one fails, what do you want to understand about why it is failing? If all 5 fail, how are you going to begin to address it? You don't have the time. So 2, 3 at any given time. Next slide. Okay, let's see. Keep going, keep going. I think, keep going. Yeah, this is all bias. You can actually skip. I think this is it. I'm going to take some questions. You can go, keep going, keep going, keep going. There's one more presentation, but you can skip that. Okay, So, by the time we give you these slides, I want you to focus on the outlines of the study protocol. This is exactly how your presentation should mirror. You began by doing that today. Go up. It must have stop. Move down a little bit. Adela, right? Thank you. Your background and rationale. Here are the things that must be there. What is the burden of disease you're studying? What is known about that disease? What is the impact of that disease on quality of life and morbidity and mortality? What is and what is not known about the problem of interest? What are the gaps in our understanding of that disease? Okay? What interventions, if any, have been proposed? What are the barriers to implementation? And then what do you want to study based on those gaps? So I threw a lot of things in here, but it just gives you a sense of how you want to think about your program. Next slide. Once you've done that, you identify the gaps, then you talk about your aims. What do you propose to do? What are your objectives? What's primary in them? What's secondary? You must have a hypothesis. Except if your study is to explore beliefs, attitudes, and knowledge or perceptions in a particular area. Then you don't have any hypothesis. Are you guys with me? Great study, great team, but the question they're asking is not hypothesis driven. That's the feedback I'm going to get. If you don't propose a hypothesis. Very important. Next slide. Design your primary objectives and look at the hypothesis. I'm using the same ground I just shared with you guys as an example. Look at our hypothesis. Among patients with controlled hypertension, those randomized to the WHO package compared to those randomized for health insurance coverage will have greater reduction in systolic blood pressure drugs. So you got to specify exactly the direction of that hypothesis. A hypothesis is an assumption. It's your hunch. It's what you're thinking is going to happen. But it should be backed up by what? A solid literature review. You guys will have dreams tonight, a literature review. And then you wake up and get literature review. So spouse will say, are you okay? But that's the whole idea. I want to confuse you. So I want to think about this review. It's everything in science. Next slide. Secondary objective, we're looking at BP control, lifestyle behaviors. Look at our hypothesis. Patients randomized to the intervention group compared to those in the control group will have, one, a higher rate of BP control, higher level of physical activity, and they will maintain that BP control at the end of the study in 24 months. I guess with me, each aim has its own what? Corresponding hypothesis. I guess with me. Next slide. And then define your outcome. Go. Stop this one.
This is
okay.
The typical Americans are positive. Our research will take on negative ones, But the Americans are usually very positive. So you see, their own hypothesis is positive. So you also need to understand where you apply.
Yes.
By the time you apply to America, I am saying that the blood pressure will not be higher than the other group. That's the number one. Americans will tell you.
Who say that? We say that's the problem of it.
Yeah.
Now you can also say the alternative hypothesis that there will be no difference. Yeah. Here's where you have to be very careful. Very, very important. You can say there will be no difference, but that means you will have set up your literature, your background section to say all these things they've done in China and Nigeria, we don't think it will actually work in the real world. Are you guys with me? So anything you want to set up, make sure you correct this is why when we were in high school, they say who will copy, they copy they cover their. We will do, I have to tell this story, I have to tell stories. So we do physics, in the old days, I don't know how it is now. So we'll do physics in A-levels. And our physics in A-levels is open book. That means, I used to say open book, we will kill this one, not the problem. We started JAM in 1978. So by physics, we're sitting in the hall. It's open book, it's practical. They just give you an experiment, and you have 3 hours. So my friend came to our house, 8 p.m. the night before the exam. Said, Gbenga, I've seen the paper. He said, which paper is this? That's coming out tomorrow. I looked at it, are you sure? This poor guy lives in Cemetery Road. So he's a physician, he's an OBGYN actually. Dr. Shipora. That's Professor Shipora's nephew. So Gbenga, his name is Gbenga too. He lives in Butemeta. You know what he did? He went to BAFTA cards, he went to CMS, went to Finbat, went to everybody in on this axis of the area. And then he ended up in my own house in Sabo. He said, look, this paper is coming out tomorrow. This is 8 p.m. at night. You know? I said, so Gbenga, what are we going to do? I have to cram it now. So me and him, we memorized this thing till 12 o'clock. I said, boy, I have to sleep over. I was close to Engraving College. You have to cross the bridge. You have to come at 6. Catch the bus in Yaba here. I have to trek from Sabo to Yaba first. And then, I said, no problem. I'll pick you up. I'll pick you up in the car. So he showed up the next morning, 7 a.m. when the yellow car showed up at the exam. When we entered, and I looked at the paper, exactly what you saw the night. So long time ago, this is not new. This is my table. That's Gbenga's table. There's another chap, I'm blanking on, I wear staples on the other side. We all became doctors. So Amoo wasn't aware. Amoo is an expert in what we call marking scheme. That's what we call it. So we knew every marking scheme there is. So we know what they're looking for, right? This is how we studied in our time. So Gbenga is sitting there. So I looked at him, he looked at me, and I looked at him. You don't want to be called cheating, right? This thing came out. I wasn't looking, I crammed it with him, but that's not my style. So I wasn't interested, because I didn't want to humor him. So I began to say, this now I'm confused. This is why you don't talk, you know, I'm really confused, right? The assignment is very simple, it's prison. So I'm really confused. Now you have to move, it's 3 experiments, so there are 2 of us, 3 on the table. We have to move around. By the time I get to Oliver's place, he's coming to my own experiment, because we don't have enough resources. We have to. You know what I did? I knew it has to be parabola. So I looked at my experiment. Now it was up and down. There was no parabola there. So I looked at Oliver's stuff. He's doing a similar, different experiment. So I just moved. Oliver came here. As Oliver was doing the experiment, I was looking at the numbers. Now, I'm blanking on his name now. Oh, interesting guy. His handwriting is very bold. If he writes 1, it's a big 1. If he writes 2, and I say, God help me today. I see what I'm looking for. So I took what Oliver was writing. I knew it has to be parabola, and I just treated the parabola. I got a B. But here's the moral of the story. If you're going to copy a hypothesis because some other study did it, please understand the underlying phenomenon. Shofi, as we will call Shofora, he got an E in physics. So when he saw me, he said, Bobo, I brought the conjure to your house. How did you get B? I said, Shofi, it's depressing. If your conjure confused me. If I had gone to it with my own rational way, I think, I probably would have gotten an A. He said, why? Because we can't say because I was confused. I'm like, this is the answer. No, I'm like, is this real? That's the first time I'm hearing those things happen. So I'm still confused. He was confused because he stopped studying. All he was thinking about is that thing. So my point is this. Please, know your literature code. You can shift it however you want. So if you're going to look at an alternative hypothesis that it doesn't work, set up your background as what? As if it doesn't work. If you think it will be a positive hypothesis, set up your background. But for you to do that, what do you have to know? You must know the background. I'll tell you one last story. I'm in the study section. We're reviewing grants. You know how you know your own language? So we will get about 95 applications. And we have to review 6, but we'll vote on all the 95. So they'll be distributed 95 among all of us in this room. And so we all meet for 3 days. So I'm reading the application. They basically took my old application. They didn't even bother to change the language. And I began to laugh. Like, this thing sounds like somebody I know. It just hits you. Right? It's the background. They wrote that background very well. I said, this is very familiar. But when you get to the methods, there's what I call, I think I said that again, sex topic dissociation. And I just started laughing. So the chair said, Gbenga, what's funny? I said, I can't say it, I'm in public. This application is too funny. So, of course, it's called it poorly. And I now told the chair that, that now you guys called poorly. I think it's mine. So when we're telling people to review grants, you've got to maintain the confidentiality. Now, don't get me wrong. When I'm on a study section, and we're reviewing all those 99 applications, you know what I focus on? I have the path. I'll be writing the reasons why certain applications did not make it. That's how I got better. Because every application you write, there's something always wrong. It is the balance of the good, the strength and limitations. It's where you come out. If you come out more on the strength, then you win the award. If you don't, then you go on the strength and you fix the limitations. Does it make sense? Yes. So please, always know your onions. So at least if you want to copy, you know how to copy well. Don't copy the way me and my friend. The way we copy. Next slide, please. So secondary outcomes, it has to be corresponding to what? To the hypothesis. Next slide.
Sorry, sir. Before you go about sustainability, can you talk a bit about that?
I'll come to that. Okay. Remind me. Next slide. Next slide. I want to give you guys the outline. And then you must have an approach. This is the how. Remember I said the need, that's the why, the gap, the what, and then the how. What we've been talking about since is your what, right? Your aims, your outcomes, your objectives, your hypothesis. How are you going to do it? Okay? That is your approach. I want you all to just, if you can copy one slide, this slide, we'll share this with you, but please, if you adopt this habit, it helps a lot. Describe your investigative team. The proposed study will be led by a co-leadership of Prof. Ogedegbe, SHE, and Gbenga. I think Juliet was here. And Dr. SHE will focus on implementation of the study in the context of Nigeria because he's led several programs similar to that. Dr. Gbenga is you have to praise yourself for world-class leader in hypertension control. But the only person you can see 100 miles around you. This is where you don't want to be modest. Humility has its place. It's hard to talk about yourself, but you must talk about what you know. He's a hypertension specialist, global health scholar, funded to do similar work in Ghana and translating that to Nigeria. Dr. Gbenga is an implementation scientist who will guide the conceptual models for this proposal. You see the 3 different expertise. And by the way, Dr. Ogedegbe and I have worked together on similar programs in Ghana for X number of years. Does it make sense? You're beginning to talk about your team. Very important. And then, if you have any pilot studies shared there, talk about your design, components of intervention, study population, sample size analysis. That's it. This is what we expect to see. Now, some of your studies are too not premature. They're too early in their conceptualization. You may not have all of this in place. Does it make sense? But please follow this pattern. Next slide. Your study procedures, randomization, recruitment. I think Oliver mentioned this before. Baseline visit, follow-up, analysis, limitations. Every study has a limitation. I don't do that anymore. I used to. I stopped doing it. You get arrogant after a while. There's a madness to that arrogance. I'm basically saying, look, it's not been done before, so what are we limiting? Okay. Now, inherently, some designs are limited. When we write about the analytic plan, we put the limitations in those analytic plans. But overall limitations, if it's an innovative study, it's difficult to actually say what that limitation is. Next slide. Study measures, I talked about this. Criteria. Significance, we just talked about this already. And that's it. I think that's the end, actually. So what I want you all to do, I'll talk about sustainability in a second, is to actually use this format as you put your project together. Sustainability. So the idea behind that study was if we train the nurses, and we're training them every 3 months for 12 months, and we had, I think, 32 sites total. So we must have 2 nurses per site. At the end of the study, which is 12 months, we continue to collect data to see whether or not, when we are stopped, the nurses continue to do what they're supposed to do. The idea behind that is that if indeed the nurses did what they're supposed to do, which they did in this case, then what we've just proven is that we've changed the practice behavior. Not just the behavior in the setting of the study. That's a fundamental difference there. So sustainability is everything. Because once you're done and you're gone, what does it mean? You're not going to have any public health impact without that. So we're doing a similar thing as well in the work that Prof. and I are doing together. So let me take some questions, and then we're going to get you on your way to do that wonderful magic and come back to us. Don't copy you, please. You get my copy story. The dues.
Thank you, Prof. Is it acceptable you made a mention of having to do a literature review, like in form of a table, so that it will really come out very well, all the work that is done using certain points in the table. Is it allowed to present a literature review table?
That's a very good point. It depends. If there are only 4 studies, okay, in that field, which is possible, fewer than 4 or 5, you can put a table in there. But most times, they're way more than that. That table is meant to help you. Well, I go back to the same table all the time. As you're writing the grant, you've got to commit to the process. It's going to take time. You can't rush it. Okay. Although we all rush grants. But really, when we rush it these days, we know a lot of things already. We know exactly what we want to focus on. For somebody just starting up, I will use that table just to guide you for the most part. It's very good. Because you put on your table, you have page limitations. NIH grants went from 25 pages to 12 pages. They allow us to write all kinds of nonsense, 25 pages. And then one day they came and said 12 pages. Man, we panicked. 25 pages, yeah, we can put the table in there. 12 pages, you don't have much. So for me, I use the table just for my own experience. But if you feel you have the page limitation and you can put it there, why not? Because it does show the gaps that you're looking for.
Sorry, Prof. I think what Prof was saying, it's just the table to guide you know the existing knowledge of where the gap exists and how to formulate your research question. That's what the table is.
Yes.
And it's a table that you build on throughout your career if you are saying that area. Because as he said, if 3, 4 works are done in that area, they're not going to be undone. They're going to be another 1 next year, 2 next year. So the extent that you can close your eyes and everything in your head. That's actually what we say. That table is your guide. It will help you formulate research questions and know the gaps.
Yeah. And it will lead you. I thought about the adherence table that we created. I still use that all the time. For many years, actually. Now we created one, the grant we wrote to them for this chief. They had written that background. Led and I were in the house somewhere. Or I put the background together. I still use that for 5 other grants. Because it's about implementation science model. It's about what's not been happening on the African continent. And it's about really the methods of that model. So there's only one of that, right? We went through that whole thing. So it becomes easier to recycle that background for the other things that we're doing. We have a study on clean cook stove and we're doing with Lasut. Same background, but that one is on clean cook stove and air pollution. But you can see where the methodology, if you know my writing, you just see it in there right away. Does it make sense? But it's the ability to review. And that table, please carry that with you everywhere. That's your science right there. Until another 10 years when you evolve into a different method. Let me take this and then I'll come to you. Right here.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mine is just like, I just want you to expatiate or give us more information regarding the conceptual framework and the theoretical framework.
Good.
I usually get some little confusion between that.
Very good question. So, I won't use the board. So in theory, there's nothing as good as a good theory. Not every field. In the medical field, our theory is largely focused on physiology. So we don't talk about theories that much. Except if you have a diagnostic paradigm that allows you to figure out what that theory is. The fundamental difference is that a conceptual model actually has a causal inference. It tells you that if we do A, it leads to B, right? I'll give you examples. If we do B, it leads to C. So in other words, that model or framework, as we say, allows me to appreciate the different theories and bring it into play. So let me give you an example. So the study we're doing, where we said we're going to use implementation science framework to develop a strategy for integrating hypertension care into HIV management. The moment I use implementation science framework, there are three things that goes into that framework. The very first thing that goes into it is that there are three kinds of design in implementation science framework. The first design is what we call the type 1 hybrid. The second one is type 2, third one is type 3. So anybody that knows that framework knows exactly what I'm talking about. In this case, with Oliver, we're doing type 2 hybrid. What that means is that we're collecting an implementation outcome, which is feasibility, sustainability, adoption, and acceptability. And we're also collecting a clinical outcome, which is BP control. So it's a hybrid because we're bridging effectiveness and implementation. That's the framework. But we're using, this is where the theory comes in now. We're using the consolidated framework of implementation science theory to address the study. What that means is that our first aim is purely needs assessment, but that needs assessment is focusing on the theory that says that anytime you have a behavior in any organization, it's driven by 5 major components. The type of behavior itself, the person implementing that behavior, the sources internal to that behavior, its characteristics, and the sources that are external to that behavior. So my needs assessment will be guided by all of those 4. Does that make sense? So in theory, in medicine would be, for example, you're saying that we want to use Goldblatt theory of how kidneys actually are affected. And you want to apply that, okay, to a particular treatment of kidney disease. That's the theory, but the treatment of kidney disease is already a framework on how we treat kidney disease. Putting that theory in there helps you make it happen. They're not the same thing. A conceptual model may have many theories. One theory is only one theory. Does that make sense? They're not exchangeable. I like to use a conceptual framework because I'm telling the reviewer that I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll give you another example. Medication adherence. Who are the pharmacists in the audience here? They love medication adherence. Are you taking your medicines? How well do you take it? Now, taking medicine is human behavior. And human behavior is guided by several models. And we call them the theory of behavior change. We have the theory of gradient action, we have state of change, we have, this is my field, that's why I have to brag about it a little bit. Let me just lost you a little bit. And we have maybe 8 or 7 theories already, behavior change. I'm applying that theory to medication adherence, but then I have a framework for how people take their medicines. The framework says, Francis loves this stuff. I'm going to write you a prescription, and I'm going to give that prescription to you. But if I give it to you, you must have the knowledge or the understanding of how that medicine works. And my hope is that once you have that knowledge, you take it from me, you're going to go to the pharmacist, and you're going to fill it. Pharmacists will educate you on that same knowledge that you've learned from me. And they want us to do the ones in the pharmacies are going to take their medicine. That's a conceptual model of how people take their medicine. But the theory I'm applying is the stage of change theory, which says that people are in different stages on whether or not they are going to adopt on behavior. There's a preparation stage, there's a maintenance stage, there's an action stage. If you're in the preparation stage, me giving you a prescription and saying that will help, it's not going to happen. Where should I focus my intervention? Educating that patient. If you're in the maintenance stage, my aim is to make sure I give you the information that makes you from doing what? To stop. You're already taking it, I don't want you to stop. So I have to really come up with an intervention that can address that. If you're in the action stage, what should I be doing? I have to make sure I continue to encourage you, because I know you won't stop. So your intervention that you deliver is based on the theory, but the model is still the same. Get the prescription, understand it, feel it, take your medicine. Does it make sense? But a lot of theories can help to address how you get it. She has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. So you mentioned earlier that you did a background on medical science and model, and that over time you've used that for 5 other grants. What is the basis of the play out in terms of self-plagiarism, using the same background over and over again?
It's my working. A very good question. The idea is that using your work to do the same thing over and over again. What is the idea of self-plagiarism? Let's define what plagiarism is first. The reality is that you're using somebody's work without doing what? Without giving them credit, without citing it. So the question is that in my own work, have I actually cited the work of other folks? When I say I'm using the background I've developed, the Prof said it well. It's not that I'm recycling that data. I know so much about that field now. The same 5 grants I've written, there are 5 different grants with 5 different questions. It's impossible to write 1 grant, to write 5 grants with the same question. That's where plagiarism comes in. There are 5 totally different grants. We want to do what Oliver says. We're going to integrate hypertension control into HIV management. We want Professor Oji in Abuja, we're doing in Akwa Ibom. Same exact thing. You know the difference? With the one here, we're working with the primary care centers directly, and we're using the SEPA theory as well as REAM theory. The one in Abuja, we're using something called, the promise theory. Same outcome, but different theories. Which means our intervention is what? Will be driven by that theory, which means they're inherently different. The one in LASUT is not on hypertension at all, but the methods is using the same implementation framework. We're using another theory they call ethics. So in other words, I know that theory so well now that when I want to write it up, because of the review I did, for about a year or 2, I can adapt that whichever way I want. So self-plagiarism, I don't know what it means. People use it a lot.
But you acknowledge yourself.
Yeah, that is true. I did say this is what we've done, and I cited the Kumasi work in that place to show that if you go to Kumasi, in fact, this is where in the preliminary study section area, I will say something like, our investigative team, what we have done prior, and I'll say our previous work. And they will say, we're building. The relevance of citing this is because we're going to use what we've done in Kumasi, Ghana to address what we're doing here. That's a good point. We're not citing yourself. Okay. Let's get to work. Okay, well, people like to ask questions so they can sound very smart. I'm giving you a hard time. I want everyone to laugh.
So, I'm actually during the literature review part, like you mentioned something about concentrate on the scientific literature. So, what's now the part of going literature when doing literature review? Like, to what extent do we really need to consider going literature, or just focus on PubMed?
Can you tell us what green literature is first?
Those that actually no peer review.
It has no bearing, period. When you're in a scientific conference, where you're talking to your colleagues, remember the idea of a conference is you go to present your work to your colleagues and you want feedback from them. Grant review is like a radio, one street. You get feedback later when they say whether they give you or they didn't give you. If they are kind, they will give you. NIH is very wicked. They will give us 10 pages of review. They didn't give us the money. That means I think they are kind to give us the feedback, right? We then take that feedback to improve that application. We have 2 chances to get it right. It used to be 3. If you're in a conference, this is where you talk about great literature. For a study section, great literature really tells the person that you haven't done a good job to appreciate where you're headed. If I use that term, great literature, in the setting of my grant, that is where I think we're going to talk about the gaps, right? We know what is known. What is not known is what is gray. It's not black or white, it is gray. That's where that came from. It's uncertain. Because it is uncertain, here's how we plan to address that uncertainty to make it more certain at the end of our study. Does that make sense? If you must use that term, I would say you begin to talk about the gaps that you want to cover. I won't use the term. That's what is colloquialism. I can get one in trouble if care is not taken. But in a conference where you're having interaction or a seminar where you're talking to your colleagues, of course, why not? But, so try and be as specific as you can. Stick your neck out there. If you don't know, you don't know. If you know, please know what you know. If you say, we don't know much about this study, and the person that wrote the seminar paper on that study is in the study section, guess what you just did? You said, they didn't cite my work. The reason that woman shook my hands was her name was all over the place. She's the leading expert anyways. Does it make sense? I mean, Laura was leading expert in that area, and so it was obvious that we did a good review. If you don't cite to the degree and you're talking about hypertension in blacks, I won't form the study then. I'll just go to the references. Where's my name? Doesn't matter where my name appears. People do that a lot. Another thing, in the US, they give you a list of people in your study section. You get to choose. They were a democratized society until Trump came along. You get to choose, the study section we're going to. Once you put it in, I go to look for everybody in that study section. I look at Prof's work. Okay, he did something on effectiveness trial. It's not quite implementation research. I will rope it in somehow to let him know I quite understand the difference between that and this. Because ultimately, I guarantee you he's going to get that proposal. People will call me up and say, Gbenga, I know that I'm not. Thank God. Why? I didn't want to send it there because I didn't cite you in that paper. We all know each other, right? So it's a very small world. It's a very small, academic world is very small. I can guarantee you that.
So let me just introduce and tell them one experience when it says citing somebody who is going to look at a paper, or his friend to look at your paper is very important. I paid this year, 1993, 92. My supervisor, I just finished my PhD for the exams. And my leader called me, he said, please, Barbara? I said, no, Barbara. Barbara supervised him 45 years ago. And she was to be my examiner. And he went to meet in person. I work on hypertension and antioxidants. I work on small molecular peptides, bradykinin. And she was writing a book on hypertension that I didn't mention Barbara anywhere in my yes. And she came. He said, okay, I went to, because I use kidney as source of my answer. So what I did, I just picked a book of physiology of kidney, anatomy of kidney, and I read. I said, biochemist, I will not be the next reading anatomy of kidney. But because my father went to me to impress his provider, so I did that. But I made mistake of not citing her anywhere. And when she came, she just looked at me. The first question was on anatomy of kidney. Because I read to impress her. For 2 hours we have anatomy of kidney. For 2 hours. Then we went to physiology. 3 hours, my time was this side. I just, if you say he didn't call me to impress her, I failed that exam for failure to cite her. Then she came back into my work. She started the work. I even don't know how to do this. I said, no, man. In UK, what do they have? They have an internal examiner. Internal examiner is not your supervisor. In UK, your supervisor will not be at your desk.
Yeah. In the US,
but you have external examiner. Who is member internal examiner of the department, who is there to give you buffer between you and the stranger who is the examiner. Then she said, she just make a comment. Either she didn't read, at that time I thought she didn't read the topic. Not to know she was fine looking for an excuse. Simply I didn't say. She said, my elder is not okay. She said, no, man, it's not. I said, well, probably you didn't read very well or you just I said, sounds like injury. Then we had to go for break. As well as came, it took it just going to be 40 minutes to bedside. I stopped what she did. I made the internal examiner. What is happening? He said, I want to crucify you or what? When he came back, she went to English. She told my English is wrong. I'm not taking care of split infinity. I said, what is split infinity? I said, I don't know what is it. She asked the internal examiner. He doesn't know. I feel happy. She was proud of my internal student. She called my supervisor to come down. She asked me, Ben, he said, ma, tell them about split infinity. He said, ma, they don't know that this is English anymore. I look at him, he not studied all my works. That's when I was like, I said, no, I didn't. I studied why it matters. So I say I have 5 publications, and each will have more than 10. And I show her where I cited more than 10 times one publication. And that's what saved me.
That was saving me. But you said that in another publication.
Yes, even though I have 5 publications. In those 5, I cited more than 10 places. But that was not part of the thesis because I didn't include that in all of my thesis. I show her. Say, hey. and they supposed to finish that one.
Where was your time at this time?
They asked me to go and eat. I said, no, I'm not eating. So you tell me that you have to be, that's why the issue why we talk about nuclear research. That's where you get or use your graph. Because it's just like a court. Before you get into that court, he was on a base of writing 10 to get 1. I wrote over 100 to get any reply. Any reply. A reply that tell you that this is good is good because of this you get it. That's a reply. So not something that you write today and you get tomorrow. And you must be very honest to yourself. You write and write and write and write. Thank you. I'm sorry for just to tell you.
This is how we teach it normally. So this is it's a life lesson. You have to commit to the process. And to me, if you know but you still cited that many times in the other paper.
Yes.
Which means you have a good command of that literature.
That's why I showed her, and that was said.
You know, you can't know the literature. I don't know how else you can do it. It's like you're going to be a sailor without understanding how the seas work. That's what it is. And you have to understand that failure begets success. I know this is that failure is at the doorstep of success. If you haven't failed, you haven't, I mean, there's a man called Taishola, he passed away. The old, really major educator. I And this is what he did. Every new year, he write, Nigeria, may your road be rough. I asked my dad, Baba, this man just abused Nigeria every January 1st. My dad laughed. He said, Gbenga, the reason he's writing that is that we are a new republic. Remember, I was only 10 years old, probably like, early 70s. And when new, our republic is only 50 years old, or something like that. So he writes that if our road is not rough, we'll never perfect our road. I guess that story stuck with me. Nigeria may your road be rough. This man must hate Nigeria. So smooth sales don't make, I'm going to end on this. Smooth sales don't make for what? Skillful sales. Smooth sales don't make for skillful sales. This business is wonderful. If I'm in Nigeria, well, that's the theory of hindsight now. I will do research. Let me say it again. If I'm here, I'll do research. For two reasons. The opportunities are abound. I don't care what you tell me about. Oliver, they talked about tormentors and mentors. Your tormentors are on your flesh to make it better. That's what you just want to do. You man with a tormentor. You know what? Made it better. The second reason why you have to do this is because you actually can have an impact on people's lives. And people are dying every day. You can't run to the mosque every Friday or go to church every Sunday and tell God to come down. He ain't coming anywhere. He's going to use what? Evil. It's us. So, you are the crane of society. You are the ones we've been waiting for to take us to that promised land. I'm not saying there's no corruption. I'm not saying they are not bad. In fact, everyone around you is bad. But what else is new? Just said about my story from that was 1980. It's always been like that. It's always been like that. It's just that the world has gotten more global. So we hear more of the same stories. In the old days, it takes 8 hours to get from Lagos to Warri, where I went to secondary school. 8 hours. Today, maybe 4 hours. If I fly, maybe an hour and a half. So you can get stories around much quicker. So guys, I hope you all take this very seriously. Commit to the process. Sharpen your knife. Get better at it. Because I think everything they've taught in these 3 weeks, you have everything already. Anything we haven't taught you yet, go to YouTube, you find it there. So may your road be rough.
We hear the same story. May your road be rough. It's another version of what I said. You have to be used to be what? Useful. If you have not been used, you can't be useful. So in the same story of may your road be rough. There's no shortcut to doing this work. That's the truth. I told you a story about the every PhD candidate in UNN. I went to interview. And he said this study have not been done in what? In Nigeria. And that's why, if you see the way he was moving, have not been done in Nigeria. Already I have to communication is what he's talking about. I just carried this little computer we have and do what? And I know not less than 20 studies from Nigeria. And I passed it to the candidate. He said, what it means I have not done enough what? For you to say this work has not been done, now you discover life. It's very unlikely that something you want to do, somebody has not done an aspect of it. So always be very careful when you are making a very categorical statement.
I always say, to the best of our knowledge, after our review of picture, we found X, Y, Z. There may be others, but we haven't.
So there are several databases you don't have access to.
In other language.
You have other languages you can find. So further questions for him? Or Prof, you want to answer? So basket of business. When the most important also this as point is that when you go back to your institution, there will be strike every day. You can't go on strike. It's not possible. You can't go on strike. Imagine you have specimen in the lab and you're going on strike. When you finish, somebody give you money to deliver something, and you don't say you're on strike and you lock. How can somebody lock the university for like 8 months in Nigeria? Oh, I'm not looking at you.
No, I must be.
Huh?
Why not?
Like I did. Why should you be on strike for 8 months? First of all, you have 9 months. You came back, they paid you salary.
No.
And then what?
Teaching is only 10% of what you do.
Yes.
Teaching is only 10%.
Are you imagine?
But that will become prominent in Nigeria. Yes, everybody.
Yeah, because we don't do research, that's why. But teaching is only 10%. The remaining 80% is research, 10% teaching, 10% community service.
Are you imagine?
I'm not saying the government is doing very well. We are not defending government.
Yes, but teaching is only 10% of you.
No one is defending government.
He's got to teach what you research.
Yes.
Not to teach what somebody is researching. The Prof is teaching. He's teaching for his laboratory, what he has seen. Here we are teaching for what somebody has seen. That's why we're struggling to crime to come out to crime.
Yeah, no problem. No what you said now. I was telling someone, I said, when we are in the medical situation, someone who cannot, like the not making, I've not seen it.
Yes.
So like snow. Yes. Snowstorm appearance. I've not seen snow. Or someone will tell us the Islamic cancer of the Sari and they say it's like cauliflower. I only called after I qualified like a consultant. When I got to the I said, so this is cauliflower. But they are teaching us. They like they use the book of the people. They'll describe something from someone from me from a village. They are telling me cauliflower appearance. Scary sky appearance. Where do you know?
You see, the problem with us in our educational system is we just want to copy.
Yeah.
You see, some years ago when I was part of the committee in on research, and I told the then ES, who is the current chairman of, and I said, before you leave, do one project that Nigeria will ever remember. He say what? I say, look, a book project. Last book written by a Nigerian scientist for Nigerian students. And let them also write from their laboratories or from their experiences. Not somebody's experience.
Yeah.
When you have to go and Google and copy, then I'll give you also copy. And that's how the way you are just, the teacher will copy, for the student a copy, for them to pay back, give them back. And that's why all people are not going anywhere. And you get first class. Yes, and you get first class. In my end, that's why I graduated. When you have first class, you have to also appear for another exams. Your class is not confirmed until you appear physically and together first class. So you see, we have the talent. What will buy the environment? When I went to Patakot for my master's, I was the first northerner to go into that. And A lecturer asked me whether in the class, why is that more from the note? I was wearing my jeans or my t-shirt.
So he didn't see you.
So he didn't see any Babanga and this. I said, I'm gone. He said, you see, you can come here. I said, are you talking about the weather? Because I left something in January, when you called and here is cold. She said, no. We think you at one time we were meeting about chemistry, we were thinking of closing your department. I said, no problem, listen. That was 1987, 88. When she came with a book, on White, principle of chemistry, not the literature, before the literature. And she just gave a photocopy. I say, man, we did this in 100 bar, but how will do part 1, part 1? So I didn't need it. So when somebody who knew me from the north, he was a lecturer at the party, he said, you're not going to survive here. I said, no, sir, I'm going to survive here. If they are going to do exams, I don't care. He said, they'll fail you. I said, let them fail you. So we continue. So one time I went to my friend's village. That's when I know there are going to be problems in the Niger. And what is their village? There are 3 oil wells there. 1988. Not a single discussion. I woke up in the night, he said, what is the bush? I said, no, I'm not going. I saw lighting around me. He said, no, that's a well. I said, let's go there and use it. And we went there. I left them and we went there. He said, what are you doing? I said, you have 2 options. You either convert these places like your own, or you live like them. Yeah. I said, it's you who are allowing me to do this to me. If this is happening in my village, I'm sure I will plan for it now. So the story is at the end of the first semester, there was an exam and they were looking for me. And she said, you passed that exam. I said, no, I think I'm going to pass. She was reading everybody. I said, no. The general problem is either knows or sounds one of us. Just within 3 months, she was giving commission of information. And I went to her office. I said, now the opportunity for you, all the money you say the loss is still, you bring it here. I said, you see, all of us were stealing from the same country. Some are stealing responsibly. Some are stealing irresponsibly. I told her, I said, you see, if a state in the north can give a scholarship, all state Nigerians will give the scholarship. Probably there's 1 scholarship on 2 applicants in the north. There's 1 scholarship on 20,000 applicants in the southern state. Because you have more people who like me. By the time of because they get it somewhere. Just after a week ago, we have a commissioner. Before then, her husband and her car were already jammed. Each one of them was wearing new tires now. So I went back to the house, to her office. I said, ma, I saw a new tires in the car. I misunderstood. You know, up to now we are friends. So the question is, that's the problem we're having in this country. We have enough for everyone. We are just irresponsibly stealing the money. There are some people, if they are taking their money, the company should take it. Throughout their generations. And they're still collecting the money they give you. Why not invest the money in your own village?
That's the way I see research.
Yes.
It's a gold mine.
Yeah. So you see, we have a lot of things to do in Nigeria, and we have a lot of opportunities. It's only the environment is too harsh and costly. You see, if you write a proposal now, if names are not removed, the person is even from the law from the south. Do you do stuff like this? Let the content tell you the person. So we elite were also part of the problem. We say, oh yes. So you see, our work was finished. A few years to retire. That's about 3 years to retire. 4 years to retire. That's what I say. Don't look at my Muslim face. I stretch along. So the time is yours. It's the opportunity now to make this country great. We are just finished. I will even take it and retirement, if not in security. I intend to go to my village and forget about all our prayers that are going to be rain and all so called. But that security will not allow you to do that. So please, opportunity is given to you. Make best use of it. And make
So, I think when you were talking, Prof, I just felt like saying something. Particularly when you're retired. I'm retired, by the way. So I'm actually just working part-time here, consulting. And you can imagine the pain that I have.
Without being paid.
Excuse me?
I said without being paid, so that people will know.
So you can, the pain that I have, because you're retired in 2-3 years, and then you join the group, and then we just see. The reason why I'm saying that is that I've been an opportunity to work here, to work in the Ghana with MRC UK for about 19 years. I've worked with Gates Foundation, giving grants to people. I worked with GSK, so I've had actually experience across academic. I used to be a lecturer, well, I was senior lecturer, head of microbiology and nursing. But I started at College of Medicine. Just really to give you that background, that I know what research can do. And we are not going to develop in Nigeria if you want to solve a problem, but you study it, identify the issues, provide solutions, and then go ahead with it. I'm not going to keep a long lecture, but to start, to just add a few things to what Prof was saying. If you are all from research institutes?
Yes. Some are universities.
At universities? Yes. Well, we have over 200 universities in Nigeria now. I was actually doing this recently because I was writing a book chapter. And then about 70 research institutes in Nigeria. But the government, the policy, government policies do not reflect the research. Argument is cycle. Research institutes are not productive because they are not doing research that are relevant to the country. And they're asking their questions, small answers to get promotion and become professors like us. But we don't have impact. And then I get to Nigeria, I went to the Gambia. And one of the first things that I learned if you want to do research is that you don't do it in your own small corners. You must, and I'll just say a few things before I say that. You must ask questions that is bigger than you. This is what I've been telling them to NIMR. What are the key problems with Nigeria? Nigerians are seeing now cholera right now. That's shameful, isn't it? Yeah. So what are the big problems in Nigeria? Pneumonia, diarrhea, cholera, killing people. Frame your questions around those big questions that you cannot solve. In other words, you need collaboration. What do we need to solve the problem of pneumonia? We need to know the etiology, we need to know the epidemiology, we need to know the intervention, we need to know cost effectiveness. So bring a team together. I hope you are going to do that now in this couple of weeks. So bring your knowledge. When you can't solve the problem alone if you want to have impact. You cannot do a small study. I'm a microbiologist. I don't know how many papers we have done in Nigeria about the causes of urinary tract infection, which is E. coli. Are there microbiologists here?
Yes.
Have you done things on E. coli? Yeah, many people have done. It's the same thing all the time, but it cannot solve the problem. Go deeper. What is it in E. coli that is making it resistant to a particular antibiotic? Is the one in Maiduguri different from the one in Ekoluku? So that means you need experts from there. That means you need to collaborate. So collaboration is key. Big question, big vision. We want to get rid of pneumonia in Nigeria. If we cannot get rid of them, we want a measurable goal. We want to reduce death from pneumonia from this percentage to this percentage. What do we need to do that? So I think one thing that I want you to go away with from me, a little thing that I'm going to add to that, is that you need a platform to do this work. the platform to do a research that will have impact needs collaboration, needs networking. You need to bring all dimensions together if you want to implement policy. It's not enough to make a vaccine. Vaccine does not save life. Do you find that strange? Do you find that strange when I say, I'm a vaccinologist, and I say vaccine does not save life? Because I can make the best vaccine in NIMR. If it doesn't get into the people that will use it, it's not going to have impact. That means I need more than people who can make vaccine. I need people who can do sociology, who go into the city and towns and villages and say, what kind of vaccine would you use? Do you prefer oral vaccination than intravenous vaccination? How much will it cost? How can we produce what will be acceptable to people? What will be the access? What will be the epidemiology of the disease? That means I cannot do it alone. Because we do things, we just do small studies all over the place in Nigeria, but they don't have impact. Because they don't have impact because they don't influence policy. The policy people cannot use your data because it's incomplete. It's incomplete because it's just small pockets that we cannot use to actually make a decision. Because they're going to compare what the decision about your product with other issues that are affecting them, education, health, and well-being. So except bring all the things together that the policymakers will need. In fact, even talk to the policymakers before you define your question. Go to them and what do you need? We need to do that way I work in the Gambia. I spend time in the ministry to make sure that I'm actually asking questions that's relevant to them, so that when I generate this data, they are willing to use it. So think big. Think bigger than yourself. That's one thing. The other thing is there are so many reasons why you may not want to do research in Nigeria. Because we don't mention that, I think we are not serious. Remuneration, energy, you know that more than I do. But then what are the solutions to those? Before I went out, that's what we're discussing about. But there are all reasons, and I told them, there are all reasons and excuses why you cannot do them. We are not going to move ahead that way. Researchers ask questions and they solve problems. And so when we come together as a team, remember, it's not enough to just identify the problems. They are looking up to you to define solutions. You cannot define solutions if you want to do against those small projects. It needs to be big. Our country is big. It has different parts and different geographies and weather. So you need to expand. We need to bring others into it and different parameters and expertise that can generate data then that the policymakers can actually use to take decisions that will have impact. So I think I'm going to stop there. If you want to do project that will influence policy, you need to think much bigger than just your narrow area. Because you are thinking bigger, you need to work with other people. I don't know why we don't want to work with people here. The last time I was speaking here to a group like you, they said, because I don't want other people to steal my ideas. If your ideas are good, other people are thinking about it already. I believe that. If your ideas are good, because the problem, we know the problems in Nigeria. If you are thinking about a solution, it's likely that other people. So look for other people that are thinking about the ideas. Come together. And you must have seen publications that have hundreds of names now these days. Because that's the only way to do impactful studies that will influence policy. I'm going to talk more about this hopefully tomorrow. But I think those 2 points away. If you want to solve a problem, you need to study it. After studying, you need to develop solutions. Think bigger. Look, have a vision. A big vision. This is what I want to do that you're trying to reach. Then what do I need to do to reach there? Who do I need to collaborate with and interact with to make sure? Don't give up. Even in these difficult situations, don't give up. Because once you're asking the right questions, there's actually money there to compete for. We're lacking actually behind the competition for grants. If you look at all the big grants, places like Kenya and Ghana, they are, I don't know if you've seen the level, they are doing better than us. But we have competent people. Why are people not coming together to solve big problems? You know, big global problem. And that other people are trying to address. Thank you. I thought I'd be able
to well, if you live here, I should go back to your old way. Something is wrong. Working now, we now have 3 unions now in universities. We have 3 unions now. Is it 4 now? So you now know where to. You know the ones that are live strike. You can join those ones. We don't want to do anymore. It's everywhere. There's some people who tell you who have not stepped into them since COVID. Are you telling them?
Yes.
There's some people who have not stepped into them.
Yeah, the last 2 years.
Last 2 years.
There's
COVID, there was lockdown. Later, there's a strike. They have not come to work for 2 years.
And they are being paid. Yeah, they've been paid.
And they've been paid. I'm trying to tell you is that there's no perfect system. It happens everywhere. You just show that the person is not ready.
They're not ready. Yes. That's what it means.
So what we are trying to say is that you can either decide to do work or you decide not to do work and get paid, but you have no moral justification to criticize APC, PDP, or the president. Because ASU has no moral justification. You are told for 8 months and you want to collect salary. The rules say you should work there. My son was at told for 8 months. Which one we should do?
I do the search.
Sir, you are saying
I'm still a member of ASU.
I know, sir. Hello. Prof told me your work is what?
Research.
So how come ASU have not come up with a solution to this issue of university funding? You are professors in university, you are supposed to provide solutions. The position we have now is not working. Yes. We know that the current arrangement university is not working. As ASU, as intellectuals, university, as well as come up a workable solution that is accepted by everyone. But they're not provided.
They have some.
How many years? So you can say, what can we do? Hello. Sir, hold on. If when COVID came, and everybody said we are working on it, you think the world have presented it on the road? What you are saying that a good proposal, a good proposal that is submitted immediately after the plan is as bad as the plan proposal. So if by the time ASU is finishing working on solution, and Nigeria is completely, the university is completely destroyed, it's not okay again. Your proposal should be what time. Solve the problem. And we all know that I'm a unionist to tell you. I was there as the president to tell you that with no unionism, I realize that most unionists in the country are selfish. They are not trying to solve the Nigerian problem. I was the NNA, I was the resident, the military wing of the doctors. I was the president. So just to tell you that we've done all this, I realize that most times people are not ready to solve the Nigerian problem. But people are ready and going to solve their problem. What I'm trying to say is that 2 things. You can decide to sit at home for 8 months and expect to collect salary, which is not. It's just that I was thinking that Buhari used to be Buhari. The same thing did to NMA. When NMA went on strike, how many years ago? He prescribed NMA and asked the doctors to be the orders. They can declare state of emergency. Once he declares state of emergency in the education sector, they can do anything he wants to do. I'm not saying we have to solve a problem. If you have a problem that may come on 9 months strike, children were at home, plus our children, plus 8 months strike, that's 17. That means 1.5 years in children's life wasted. 2 sessions plus COVID. That means how many years now? And we are still talking about salary. Hello? And we are talking about salary, pay our salary. When children's life for 17 months destroyed, they can never catch up with their mates outside. What I'm trying to say is that when we are doing things, and that's why we don't solve problems. Then I can tell you, if the president refuses to pay that salary, pay more salary now. Yes, I know. If 8 months salary is not paid, I can tell you the education system in Nigeria will change forever. People start looking at solutions. But if you can't pay that salary now, people will be ready to look for us. You know when you finish and they pay you, give the salary, doctors will go on strike. True or false? Nurses will go, medical lab will go, other people will go. You know, it becomes a continuous cycle. So what we are saying is that why those that the change starts with people. When you go back to the institution, start what can I do differently? What can I do differently? You said, yeah, you can start from here. What can I do differently? Let me tell you an example of solving the problem. We did this result that we did the best one we did, not what they talk about. We did it once. We did one first, but we couldn't sustain it because government will not. Anytime we put it in our budget, they throw it out. Anytime we put it, they throw it out. We have to sit down and then do what? We think and say, how can we sustain it? Because something useful. We could have gone to say, government is their problem now, let them not fund it. That's how it works. The NIMR Research Foundation came. Because we go to people like Dangote, you go to people like them who don't want to put their money in government cover. You don't have government cover. And let's start an organization that they can trust. The funding, but you also have to get people, they will trust people like Ebele Sanusi, people like Fashola, possibility that came here. People you know, people can trust. And the money is not managed by NIMR. It's kept somewhere by the corporates. I'm telling you how problems are solved. With that, you are sure that every year you have at least one this. Typical person who have been say, no, why should I, all the money I will get, why shouldn't I control it? You know, people like that will say the money should come where they can control the money. But to introduce that credibility, they say, I will not manage that money. The money will be managed by the private sector somewhere outside. And the board will decide how the money is spent. The money is spent. And that's why the selection process. The selection process will be done by those young girls there. I didn't see one single application. But they have criteria. They are so that if they are not, if your friend is not selected, look at them there. They have criteria, predetermined criteria for selection, drawn before the call for application came out. So they use exactly that framework, that predetermined selection process, to do the selection process. Nobody intervened. And they did that process. And you see that why there's a mixture of group. If I bring the best selection, we'll have many can cover this here. Sure. Or if Sako was part of it, we see many internists here. So what I'm trying to say, you can try to solve a problem where you are, or decide to give reasons why things cannot be done. Problem cannot be done. You can justify anything. Just like I should have justified 7 months strike.
8 months.
8 months.
But let me close on one important issue. Because you're hearing the same thing from all of us. Profs, myself, me, everybody. Look, at the end of the day, when you say there's no, do you know what Nigeria, the way they are created of anything? Every time I say I'm coming to Nigeria, they just look at me. It's a funny look. You don't have to say anything. But they also affect us with something else. Excellence. And they say, I see Nigerian. Yeah, I'm Nigerian. Okay. I'm just walking. The point I'm making is this. Excellence is the best deterrent to risk. That's what Jesse Jackson said in the US. And so we just have to excel. It's also the best deterrent to colonialism. I think everybody is suffering from colonial mentality. The last time that song in 1970. He said colonial mentality. He said if the colonial man, you've been a slave man before, he release you, but you've not released yourself. Mindset. That's what Prof is talking about. So you have to read the book called Mindset. Please, read the book, Carol Dweck. The idea behind that book is that very easy read. There are two types of people. People with a growth mindset and people with a fixed mindset. Fixed mindset is, they justify everything that they're doing wrong. A growth mindset is saying, we can do better. Even if I fail, how do I get it better? Michael Jackson, growth mindset. He likes to perfect everything. Michael Jordan, growth mindset. Serena Williams, growth mindset. The woman who just won our Amoo, growth mindset of the highest order. Same environment that we said is impossible. She didn't have the regular thing everybody has. I go with my kids to track. There, it was where I grew up. There's a stadium in every high school. When you're competing with Americans, you're competing with kids who've been doing this for a long time. You must have a growth mindset. The second book is called Deep Work. DEP. The idea behind that book is very simple. Only 3 types of people will survive in today's economy. People who have the money, like Amazon, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Aliko Dangote, $10. What's the Nigeria? I'm missing on something. Some family, the cheese of this world. This is Prof, this is the professors. We're just hustling. They will survive. You know why they will survive? They have the money, they can create business, they can do what they want. But those people are only 2% of the population, anywhere in the world. So we don't count them. The other 2, though, you and I can be part of the other 2. Those 2 have 2 types of people. People who are performing at the top of their game. People who are excellent in what they do. That is when you know your onions. That is when you invest. That is, you don't sit on something. It's when you become a professor, it's not when you retire. In our place, you have to get contracts every year. When you say you're a tenured professor, that means I've arrived. I don't need a contract. But I still have to bring in 60% of my research salary in grants. Are you getting me? 60% of about $300,000 in grants I have to bring in. Are you getting me? Now, the reason I'm saying that is because that's the only way we continue to do what? To excel. So, you got to perform at the top of your license. That's what we say. Very important. Then the third type of people are the easiest to get into. Where people don't understand it. People who do hard work
I did not say hardworking people though. I didn't mean hardworking people. People who do what? Hard work. And hard work is defined as the kind of work that requires knowledge expertise. So the computer scientists, the biostatisticians, the coders, maybe doctors, PhDs, you're knowledgeable, the toxicologist, knowledgeable in what you do, few of you around. That's very important. Because when you're that kind of person, nobody can fire you. A researcher in Nigeria is hard work. That's hard work. But that hard work requires deep work. That's what the book is talking about. There's shallow thinking and there's deep work. Shallow thinking is when you're checking your email and you're writing a grant and you're watching the news. The brain is 010101. The brain is not 00110. No. Those things you think you're doing, your mind is not there. Nobody can do two things at the same time. It's a bloody lie. They've done the science, they've looked at functional MRI, your brain is only one area. Those other things you're doing are learned behavior that you have over time. It makes you think you're working. So that's the problem. And then the third book, for you to do deep work, the third book is called Apply, Malcolm Gladwell, The Problem with Geniuses. That book says you've got to put in 10,000 hours for you to be an expert in something. And I've written 10 grants to get one. Maybe I've had over $100 million in each funding in grants in all my 20-something years of research. That means I've written close to $1 billion in grants. Okay. I didn't get 900 million. I got 100 million. Of course, with teams, not just me. What that means is that I put in my work, my what? $10,000. I can write a grant on a flight in 4 hours. I'll nail it down. You know why? I've already done what? 10,000 hours. The aim space will take me all of 2 hours. That's the hardest part. The other part is just plug and play. Are you guys with me? So please commit to the process. Do hard work. Research is hard work that will take you far and wide. Your salaries are guaranteed, for crying out loud. I don't care how much it is. Mine is not. Are you guys with me? The salaries are guaranteed, so what else do you need to be wonderful scientists, as Prof would say in those days? You have everything you need, ladies and gentlemen. So please, let's stop complaining. Let's get down to business. We've done this, we've read the professors, we've read all of us. I really want you all to buy these 3 books and read them. It will change your life. So, I want to end here because Prof, no more union. Yes. His SAG is one of those 3 people.
It's my inner mentor.
So it's just using us to make us talk here. He has arrived. You guys are on your journey. Let's get down to business. Collaborate. Don't hide your ideas. I mean, just imagine that mentality. You cover your book in class. What we're talking about here. You guys have everything. They've colonized our system. $1 billion comes to Africa every year. $1 billion. USAID. You know how much goes back to the US? 800 million. Do you know why? They say they can't find you. I mean, seriously, guys, they can't find you. Gbenga Ogedegbe to Nigeria, what are you going to do there? What do they have in that place? Who are the people there? He doesn't talk. But they have the idea of the talent that's existing out there. Our environment sucks. Every environment does what? Sucks. You don't wake up every day thinking of your next grant. My team, right now we're worth $3 million. Everybody's working like a dog. Because good luck if you don't get that grant. You're out the door. Competition is fierce. It's not easy. when the going gets tough, the tough does what? So let's get going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. We'll see you guys after you work on your project and come and present to us like you're ready. You have everything you need, right? Let's go. Prof, anything to any words of wisdom? No.